talking about stuff like this can get a little bit interesting because we always have to preface it by one very important thing. There's one little thing about this urban horror stuff that we always have to think about. And it's a little franchise you might not, you might know, World of Darkness, okay? That's just something that's kind of, a presiding factor in every single thing that occurs when you say the word urban horror or urban gothic horror is World of Darkness, simply because, well, it's World of Darkness. It is probably one of the most famous, if not the most famous of this genre, you could say. And as I'm going through this game, I want all of you to kind of take a moment and think about, hey, do I enjoy World of Darkness? Do I enjoy the concepts of World of Darkness? Have I played World of Darkness before? And do I want to shift away from World of Darkness? Because I'm not gonna beat around the bush here. This game is pretty much bargain bin World of Darkness, okay? It's bargain bin. It's bargain bin. All right, we get it. It's fine. We've established our new baseline. But what are we actually going over today? Well, what is the actual game? I've been speaking about it a little bit, so I may as well bring it up. This is an action tracker. This is Sigil and Shadow, a role-playing game of urban fantasy and occult horror. Kind of a spooky cover. Oh no, but you see down here, this is kind of the interesting thing I want to talk about more than anything, is this. This is Osprey Games. Now, some of you may know Osprey. Some of you may not know who Osprey is. Osprey Games is a company that is it's a publishing company at its core, and they do a lot of different kinds of games. That's a big thing for them. They do actually quite a few different games. On the board game side of things, if I click on here, you can see things like Undaunted, Stalingrad. You can see Village Rails, Crescent Moon, Cryptid Urban Legends, Briar Boru, Imperium Classic and Legends, Wildland. They do actually quite a few of these different games, a lot of historical stuff usually, or vaguely historical. Then we have probably what they're best known for. The thing that's people say, like, okay, this is what, when people think about Osprey, people usually think about these. These are collectively known as Ospreys. They're usually these skirmish adventure games. They're war games. They're usually pretty light, and they're usually very simple to understand. Nothing too extravagant. But there are a lot of these. Osprey is probably one of the largest historical war game providers these days, simply because they can, if you want to get a game in the 16th century, let's click on the 16th century, everyone, the 1500s. Very specifically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They've got quite a few of these different things. Now, one of the big things about these as well is that they do a lot of publishing. Publishing is also a very big thing for them. And not necessarily just, not necessarily just war games either, mostly when it comes to even just books in general, historicals. But a lot of the stuff they end up doing for war game wise, War of the Republic, Absolute Emperor, A Billion Suns, Zone Alpha. I'm just kind of going through here, just kind of give everybody a very basic idea. A lot of them look like this. They're usually not terribly expensive either, relatively speaking. But it's things like, hey, you want to play wargaming from 343 to 50 BC? You can. They're usually not very big books. They're usually not very extravagant. Again, this thing is only 64 pages long. You kind of see here. This was published last year. Actually, about a year ago now, December 7th, 2021. But then you go Ancient Emperor if you want Napoleonic. They have about 4 Napoleonics of various scales, various sizes, various what they want to do with it. You want to do fleet battles. There's a 64-page book right here of Starship Cap. Okay, Zone Alpha, you want to play Stalker the war game? Here you go. One of the big things that I've always kind of been told about a lot of Ospreys is that they are very simple and very much to the point and very much do your own thing. They don't have miniature lines necessarily. They say, hey, you have a bunch of these miniatures. Why don't you make your own? Hey, you have a bunch of these Roman legionnaires that you've painted up over the years. Why don't you use our rule set and just play it? Or hey, you have a bunch of these fantasy things. Why not just put them all together? And that's usually it. They're usually very simple, which some people really enjoy. Some people really, 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 really hate. I've heard really nothing bad about Osprey games, though. That's like one of the very definitive things. I've never heard anything being like, this is shit. Or this is great. It's a lot of, this is a thing. This definitely exists. This is a game, these are games that do, in fact, exist. Gods, Immortals, Ronin, yeah. Now, probably one of their more famous ones is kind of a combination of 3 different games. One of their most popular ones is Bolt Action. Bolt Action is insanely popular. Bolt Action is probably one of the... Bolt Action is probably one of their, if not biggest game, just because it's probably one of the more recognized World War II war games out there. I still people talk about Bolt Action quite a bit, and I believe Team Yankee? No, Team Yankee is its own thing. Yeah, no, the Team Yankee is its own thing. But they do quite a lot of different things there. It's like when people usually talk about World War II wargaming, Bolt Action is almost always mentioned. And you can even see it by the prices here, $28, $28. And there are a lot. You want to do Bolt Action Korea? Here you go. Warlord, published by Warlord Games. And it's published by Osprey. This is what they do a lot. Like, Osprey is very fundamental in doing this, which does lead to Frostgrave, though. Frostgrave is their baby, if that makes sense. Frostgrave is kind of interesting in a few different ways. One of the bigger ones is that technically it's a D20. Shut the fuck up. And one of the big things here is that it's actually a, how do I want to word this properly? It's a D20 war game, but it's a lot more personal, a lot more skirmish-based with heroes and wizards and things like that all working together to pretty much fuck each other's day up. There's actually entire single-player supplements of this particular game, and it's on its 2nd edition, which is kind of rare for these kind of games. But Frostgrave is their baby. There are entire campaigns. This is probably one of their bigger money makers in this little thing. And then we have Oathmark, of course, which Oathmark took a... It's not their most popular thing in the world, but I have seen people claim Oathmark is better Warhammer Fantasy, which to some people is enough. So it's kind of one of those very... In the wargaming community, Osprey is fairly well known. Now, but we're not talking about the wargaming community, because recently, I would say in the past couple years, solo gaming? Not quite solo gaming. Again, it's a war game. Don't forget that. You can play it as like a solo war game. It's very odd. Who's asking about this? One guy on my YouTube channel, I need to go over, who's doing this. Again, over the last year, after the last, I'd say about 2-3 years, they've been doing a lot of war games. One of which we've actually gone over, which is Righteous Blood and Ruthless Blades. And generally speaking, I was like, okay. I thought about it for a bit, and Jackals is on one of our lists in the ancient case. In one of the ancient cases, except all cookies. In one of the ancient cases, we are actually going to be talking about Jackals. We've already talked about Righteous Blood and Ruthless Blades. We're going to be talking about Sigil and Shadow today. And we also have things like Heirs to Heresy, The Fall of the Knights Templar. You all have Gran Machisimo, there. This was one I didn't even know existed, which was Crescendo of Violence, which was neon cyberpunk, neon noir, that was it. Quickly followed by just Hard City, which is just noir. Yeah, they actually have quite a few different role-playing games. I've heard about The Dark Places. People have talked about it, but like industrial science fiction. All right, okay, there's clearly difference. And then you have Romance of the Perilous Land and Paleomythic, which Paleomythic is on our list, actually. There are quite a few of these different role-playing games, and like, again, for the longest time, I never really associated Osprey with Urban Decay. There's a new one coming out right here. There's a new one coming out. Like, beat 'em up roleplay. This is a thing that's coming out soon, like August 29th. This is coming out already. But what I'm trying to get across here, there's even an expansion coming up, is that Osprey is really well known for one particular thing, and that's its war games. That's kind of its, publishing side. They have gone into the more role-playing market, however, and they have adopted a lot of their initial war game beliefs there. Because if you're really looking at here, Alan Barr, John Matthew DeFoe, Nathan Russell, which we actually went over, Alan Barr, Mark Galati, Barr, R.E. Davis, John Matthew DeFoe. There's a handful of people who have been submitting things, but genuinely speaking, each of these is technically by a different writer. And at first I'm like, okay, they're going to be maybe using the same system. Not quite. Because Righteous Blade, where are you? Righteous Blood and Ruthless Blades actually uses a completely different system from everything else. And Paleomythic, I think, uses a different system. I don't know, I've legitimately never heard of Romance of the Perilous Land before. But all these things usually use slightly different systems. So that's one of the excuse me, that's one of the things that's been kind of a fascinating thing for me, anyway. Is, hey, here's all these new things that are maybe a little bit different, maybe a little bit wonky. Also, we also have Stargrave, and Stargrave also exists. Do you like Frostgrave in space? It's right here. Does that woman have a tail? Yay! But we're not talking about any of those particularly. We're going to be talking most notably about games, Osprey role-playing. We're a little bit down, and we're going to be talking about Sigil and Shadow. I see a role-playing game of urban fantasy and occult horror. It's technically $25 to get you a hold of this. $35 is a hardback. Notably, there's no soft cover for this game, and I kind of understand why. The one thing that kind of bamboozled me initially, which if you're seeing here, powered by D100 Lite, more choice, less complexity, 1,000 stories, a toolkit for your nightmares, and what old is new. So I did a little bit of digging. One of the big things about this particular game here is you can kind of, I said you can see, there we go, hello Osprey. One of the kind of things you can see is, role-playing games, Osprey Games, overall of here. First published in Great Britain, Electronic Edition. Right here, Sigil and Shadow is based on the bare bones system designed by Larry Moore and Bill Logan and published by DWD Studios and used with permission. Interestingly enough, we've talked about DWD Studios on here before. We've actually talked about them for another game. Now, if we go to here, DWD Studios, like, wow, okay, this does look vaguely familiar, and it is right. We've gone over one of their games called The Art of Wuxia. This is the only game that I've really gone over with these guys because a lot of them use the exact same system. But yeah, they've actually used this particular system though. And like, okay, Art of Wuxia, well, I enjoyed Art of Wuxia, I thought it was good, but they have a lot of things like Bare Bones Fantasy, Covert Arps, White Lies, Decahedron, Star Frontiersman. They actually have quite a few different games. the magazine. That's just out of service. But yeah, a lot of them use this basic system of D100 Lite. And apparently this game is very much based off of this one, Covert Ops, and Bare Bones Fantasy, not really Call of Art of Wuxia, unfortunately. But DWD, I haven't really seen DWD do much, really, over the past while. At least they haven't updated their website in a while. But DWD is what this game is based off of, D100 Lite. And this game is actually very simple. What's your opinion on Righteous Blade? The issue with Righteous Blade is pretty simple. How do I want to word this? Righteous Blade has the unfortunate issue of being very simple for a game that should not be simple. And they take away a lot of stuff for you and replace it with wuxia tropes. But not good wuxia tropes. They replace it with very particular ones. Because it's written by a guy named Jeremy Bai, or Jeremy Deathblade Bai, who translates wuxia novels and cultivation novels, and that's all he does. That's his job. That's how he got actually famous. Well, famous. And that kind of shows a little bit. That's kind of like one of the bigger issues with Righteous Blades and Ruthless Blades and Righteous Blood. Blech. Is that it has the unfortunate reality of just being written by someone who may not understand fully what he wanted to make. Even though Wandering Heroes of the Ogre Gate used the same system, but a lot more. Wandering Heroes of Ogre Gate made a complicated system. Righteous Blades really overly simplified it, which was a good thing, but they took away too much stuff. There is another game, it's the Strange Case of Song Ling, which apparently uses the same system as both, but is a lot better. So, one day we'll be going over that in the next wuxia case. If the next wuxia case ever gets off the ground. But yes, that is kind of where we are right now. We've talked about Sigil and Shadow and the Space. Now, who is the author? R.E. Davis. He's from Texas. Now, interestingly enough, R.E. Davis is probably best known as the Chaos Grenade. I'm not joking. That's what he goes by. This is the guy right here. Is R.E. Davis, the Chaos Grenade. Hello, who is pinging me? And I looked at the Chaos Grenade. It's a blog. Yeah, interestingly enough, again, he is 150% on Sigil and Shadow. I will respect him for that, though. Mostly when you see, like, oh, Echoed Invocations, a supplemental zine for Sigil and Shadow. And now you kick off by addressing frequent questions I've had over the past year, providing rules clarification as well as an errata. Yeah, he's making an errata, effectively, for this game. It's pay what you want. I mean, this is it. He does have an itch.io. I've never seen any of these games. That's the thing. I've never seen any of these games. Gonzo, Mutoid, Wasteland, Crust Punks. Have any of you ever heard of Main Sequence before? Shroom Goons? Drive 10? Have you heard of Drive 10? Awesome Deep Dice Pool RPG? Have any of you heard of these things before? If you have, tell me. I'm actually curious. I mean, let's see. Like, take me to the downloads. I just download this. This is a 4-day-old document. I kind of looked at this. I was like, okay, I don't really want to look at it too much because I was like, you know what? I want to go into this blind, okay? I want to go into this quite blind. And yeah, this was from yesterday, mind you, that he published this. To give you an idea of everything. But yeah, the only real game, let's call a spade here. His only big main published game has been Sigil and Shadow. Can I find anything else on the guy? No. Again, he does have ties to DWD Studios. Apparently, he's talked to it, or at least like worked with one of the guys who there. That's why he got the okay to actually just like make whatever the fuck he wanted here. But it's a lot of, hey, you like this? Go watch this. Oh boy, games. Don't really find anything else about the guy, really. He just talks about Sigil and Shadow, mostly. Like... Yeah, it's one of those things where he exists, and I can say, cool! I've never heard of him before. Let's check notifications. Wowie zowie. Thanks, John Zena. Super cool. But yeah, this is the writer. And when I say this is just the writer, I'm not lying. There's no other supplementary writers or anything like that on this particular project. It's just him, really. Pretty low. This is a pretty long one you kind of see there. 2014. Now, before we go into this game, I'm going to address a little bit of an elephant in the room here, and is that the art is no problem. It's me, John Zena, always talking to you. Yeah, let's be a little bit upfront here. I don't usually like to judge things on artwork because I'm not an artist. I don't draw pretty well. I don't do artwork very much. I kind of don't. But I know exactly what they did here in particular, and what it was they got a bunch of people to literally pose and applied a few filters, most likely. Like that's I think the art style they are going for. So sometimes things look a little bit goofy. Sometimes things look a little goofy. Don't judge it based on that. Just remember, we don't judge things too hard on their artwork here. I don't draw very well. ESL moment. Yeah, that's the entire idea. But yeah, no, it's hard for me to like sit down and being like, hey everybody, let's judge the artwork. Yuck, yuck, yuck. No, it's just like some people are gonna think it's fine. Some people are gonna say it's atrocious. It's entirely up to you. Now, what's this basic game all about? What are we actually doing here? What's the jam? Well, obviously, as you can kind of see here, I have a Wendigo here in the corner. Yes, that is a Wendigo according to Monster Girl Encyclopedia. Thanks, Monster Girl Encyclopedia, for making sure I can continue this. But the entire idea of Sigil and Shadow can be very much summarized as all the myths are real, everything is lurking in the shadow, there's a parallel reality nightmare dimension which everything is going wrong in, and you're a bunch of people in that. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, what's the exciting lore? And the answer is there isn't. There isn't any lore, really. And what I mean by that is they're outside of its most basic premises. Lore is kind of takes a back seat to it. It's a toolbox. Even outright states that it is a toolbox. Right here, Sigil and Shadow is a toolbox for modern day horror games. If you're going into this game expecting Vampire the Masquerade, if you're going into this game expecting Hunter the Vigil, if you're going into this game expecting literally anything other than just a bunch of tools, a bunch of toys in the toy box, you're not really going to get that. And I want to establish that very early on, because I kind of went into this thinking, hey, this is going to be a, kind of a horror game. It's going to have its own unique vibe. It's going to have its own unique feeling and lore and all that story bullshit. It really doesn't. And Kind of seeing that word right here might turn you off the game a little bit. Just saying is a toolbox, which kind of honestly kind of turned me off a little bit. Not gonna lie, but it does, as you kind of see here, D100, D100 light system, fairly simple. PCs, NPCs. Technically, as a GM, you are playing the guide. Yeah, it's one of those games. Don't think about it. Now, this is what I mean by it kind of tries to do everything at once. This is the concept of casts of light and darkness. There are two technical, I would say, player characters in this game. There are the Illuminated, and there are the Shadowed. Illuminated are pretty much your hunters, the best way to think about it. You are the guys who go into a place with a revolver and be like, I'm gonna kill a fucking vampire. Or, hey, we need to find the spooky murderer or whatever. It's the Illuminated. It's the, it's the regular people fighting against evil vampires or what the fuck ever. The Shadowed, on the other hand, are people who have been stuck into the evil of things. They get superhuman powers at the cost of usually something bad happening to them. You're a vampire, you're a zombie, you're a shape changer, you're a ghost. All these different things, even down to things like you're a mutant. The best way to think about this already is these are hunters. The Illuminated are the hunters, the glowies. The Shadow, however, are every single thing else in the world of darkness all at once. You want to play a changeling? You're playing a shadow. You want to play a werewolf? You're playing the shadowed. Vampire? Shadowed. You want to play a mage? Shadow time. Glowies? Yes, you are illuminated. It's the glowies. You will never understand. Themes. Come on, this isn't too complicated. They do say, oh, a note on mature subject matter, and at first I was very happy with this, being like, finally, one of these games that just say, hey, just talk to your fucking players. This is fine. In the GM section, they tell you about all the magic tools that you can use to magically fix everything. So it's like, oh no. Now, we do have a character helping us here today. We have Henry Pro Tutor, of course. And Henry Pro Tutor is, as you can see, illuminated. He is a hunter. This is his character. Now, this is a very basic character, and you may be looking at this a little bit being like, Notepad, I have several fucking questions. Several fucking questions. Why is it so light? Because technically, this isn't a full character sheet. These are both sides of the character sheet. I put this kind of next to each other. If you just want like the front of the character sheet, it would just be the thing on the left here. Just this thing on the left, while being on the right is kind of the back of the sheet. This is very simple game. Now, the main system, you can say, is D100 roll under, and if you roll dubs, you get it's effectively critting. Cool, good job, everybody. Now, let's say, for example, I need to make a dexterity check. I need to do something dexterous. I need to shoot a gun. I need to jump over something. I'm going to take my D100, I'm going to roll, and I rolled a 5. I did it. I rolled a 5. I've completed the task. I've done it. I'm a real human being. If you have a skill with something, that means you add on to it. So, for example, investigation. I need to make a logic investigation check. I need to get under a 50. So I'm going to take my dice, going to roll my dice, and I got a 54. Oh no! I failed. I just barely miffed it. Simple enough. All right. We did it, everybody. I've taught you the game, really. That's really it. They do have one thing very early on, again, like even before, like this is page 11. Like really, if we think about like starting off, this is page 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 4th page, effectively. You have a meta currency called Bones. Now, they like to make it sound very important. Generally speaking, though, bones are a meta currency. You can spend a bone to reroll dice. You can spend a bone to do other things, such as activating powers or making any use of any of your illuminated powers. But generally speaking, this is your do stuff pool. You want to do cool stuff, you're saying, cool, I can do something cool 4 times. I chose to lower mine by 1. You start with a default of 5, and you're going to be recovering them by playing it to your drive. And here, victory for me. Anytime I do my drive, I'm going to get my bones back, so I can do more things. It's a cycle. Very simple. Nothing too exciting there. Now, you go all the way down here. Hello, mid-e-girls, what can I say? Please go to this website. Okay, 5 bones. Making a character's a little easy. Let's just scroll down. All right, what's our casting? Who are we? Are we a illuminated? Are we a hero? You know, bang bang shooting bad man, or are we a vampire, a shadowed character? I keep saying vampire because, well, everyone knows vampires. Now, as an illuminated, as someone who is a hero of mankind, you are going out there to hunt down people. You're there to contain mysticism. You're there to find out about things. You're there for a very clear reason. But as a illuminated, here's the thing. As an illuminated, you get a few boons. Instead of getting superpowers outright the bat, but you can get superpowers technically, but that's kind of its own thing. What you're going to get is these boons. So, you can spend a bone at any time if you want. You can force the guy to reroll and take the result that benefits the player. All right, hey, you hit me for 8 gorillion damage. Please reroll that dice, and now you critically failed, and everyone laughs at you. You have to take that one. Hey, I need my ally just fucked up. Please reroll the dice. I'm going to automatically succeed at resistance checks. Deal maximum damage. For 1 round, any action you take can't kill you. And even down to allowing to alter small details of the game world. Alright, they pretty much allow you to give you an idea, playing the Illuminated, your bone pile, the amount of bones you actually possess, is not strictly just your bone pile now. It's everybody. So if you have a group of, let's say, 5, let's say you have a group of 4. Someone has 5 bones in their pool. Let's say 3 of you have got, let's say all 4 of you have got 5 bones. You have 20 bones to kind of spend among each other. The Illuminated work best as a team. They are able to do a lot more fun things by virtue of using the bones in their pool. Everyone kind of has access to their own little pool, but you can share them pretty actively. Hey, my ally fucked up a roll. Please, re-roll that. Hey, I need to survive this hit. I'm gonna get a shot. I'm gonna die. No, I'm not. That's the idea with the Illuminated. Do they get anything else? No. Moving on. I'm joking, of course, but a vast majority of the calling is kind of like they hype them up to be a little bit like, these are your class, this is your class, this is the kind of thing it's kind of like your class, it's the thing that you are. But in truth, these are what they are usually. It's just a kind of a basic idea and a drive, which allows you to recover your magic bones. Because bones are a fundamental and super important part of this game when it comes to the meta currency aspect, which I'm not a major super fan of, personally. The bone economy could be fun. The problem is, it's that it is a meta currency, though. It is a currency that you need to manage, and you need to make sure is entertaining to deal with. That's kind of one of those things that it's like, oh, okie dokie then. If you don't like a meta currency, if you look at a meta currency and be like, oh my god, this is the worst fucking thing ever, Sigil and Shadow ain't gonna win you over for it. I'm gonna be perfectly blunt here with you. bones are a fundamental part of the game, especially because this is the resource to activate shadow powers. Pretty much to activate anything, any of your fun mystic abilities, you need bones for. Now, weirdly enough, there is only, let's see, there's the Seeker, the Hunter, the Protector, and finally the Keeper. This is the entire illuminated section, by the way. All drives do is give you your bones back. So, by virtue of making an illuminated, you've made a character that's pretty damn simple. And I wanted to do that. I wanted to demonstrate that. Because this is it. This is like an entire character. It's not exactly what we would like to call the most complicated thing in the world. And it's like, oh, well, what's the next thing? There isn't a next thing. This is what your character's really going to look like a vast majority of the time. If you're playing an illuminated, if you play shadowed, you're going to get a lot more stuff down here, but not really that much. Now, the shadows are, however, are paranormal characters. You can see right there, paranormal characters. And when it says by anything paranormal, it does mean anything paranormal. As long as you can justify playing it, you can probably make it somewhere in Sigil and Shadow. Now, one of their big things is the idea of manifestations. Pretty much how they get their superpowers and the burdens that are placed upon them. Manifestations don't do anything, technically, but also kind of do things. So, we'll say, the afflicted. You're inherit of a cursed bloodline, a revenant brought back by justice, the mutated test subject of a man's science. Afflicted are tragic and misbegotten misfits of the shades. Yeah. Which goes down here to their drive, which their drive is a little bit different. The idea behind drives for the shadowed characters is these are things that the GM is kind of encouraged to make go wrong for you. It's by virtue of being one of these guys, you give them bones in exchange for something bad going on. For example, Scorn here pretty much makes everybody hate you, which is just disquiet, by the way. This is just Promethean the Created disquiet. I like Promethean the Created. It's a really good fucking game, and it's just unfortunate that it's just a terrible role-playing game. How do I want to word this? It's Promethean the Created is a really cool idea. I love the idea. It's just the damn shame that it's a terrible role-playing game. A terrible tabletop role-playing game. It's a great idea. Yeah, it's the thing. I would say my thing with Promethean. This is my very important thing with Promethean the Created, is that as a solo game, it works phenomenal because it's supposed to be a very lonely game. It's supposed to be very dramatic and very damn. Life is misery, and I have to keep moving because if I don't keep moving, disquiet builds and people start hating me. The problem is you're with a team, you're supposed to be playing it with a group, and they kind of keep trying to make that an important part of it, is like, oh, here's my group. And it's like, okay, well, actually, no, hey, okay, guys, maybe let's not do this, because that would have to be Onyx Path, yeah. It was like, oh no. But yeah, so we also have the Devoted. You are just a you're just a dick. You're just a weird cultist that gets powers. The Host. You have I'm gonna say this about the Host right now. The Host will either be a really cool, interesting, fascinating character, or the most annoying character you've ever encountered in an RPG, and you will want to kill yourself if you ever approve them. The entire concept of the host is that they are dual-natured. They're Jekyll and they are Hyde. And the thing is, the player is expected to play kind of, Dr. Jekyll a little bit. They're supposed to be the good side. They're supposed to be the hero, while you, the GM, are always kind of dueling with them a little bit. It's like, I'm trying to get shit. I'm trying to get things. Ooh, 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 hee, 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 hoo, ha, ha, hoo. But the idea is that giving the inhabitants narrative control gives them bones. So the GM is encouraged to actually kind of take away your authority in some cases, but also not. Yeah, the player remains in control of the character, but is expected to roleplay as the inhabitant instead. Roleplay two things. Now, to anybody who's ever played or been in a group with someone who would like to be a dual character, like a crazy person or someone with a bipolar disease, that's how they would play this. I have this unfortunate, terrible feeling in my mind that it wouldn't be Jekyll and Hyde necessarily, that it would end up as just normal person and random person. Which you would need a really good role player. That's the thing. Like, you would need a phenomenal role player to get this to land. Or you have a method of, you do a Better Angels method, effectively, and you build the game around it. It's not really built around this concept, though, so it's like, yeah, just roleplay both, or maybe don't roleplay one and I'll roleplay the other, but that's not really cool, but I should do that. It's, yeah, that's one of those ones you're like, maybe not. Like, maybe we don't do the host, okay? The Ravenous just has an appetite which you need to feed on to continue being cool. And that's it. That's all you get. And you may wonder, no, Pat, how do I make a vampire? You're going to be making a vampire by playing a Ravenous. No, Pat, how do I make a wizard? Well, you're going to be, as playing a wizard, you're probably going to be playing you're either a devoted or an afflicted. Hey, no, Pat, I want to play I want to play a werewolf. Well, you can play an afflicted, you can play a devoted, technically, if you want to kind of justify it. You could say you're playing a host, or you can also play a ravenous. All of them actually technically go into the werewolf category in different capacities. No, Pat, I want to play a ghost. Well, we can definitely play at least 3 of them. You're kind of seeing, what I'm trying to get across here a little bit is that there isn't really like the vampire class. There isn't the werewolf class. There is the ravenous, where you can play a vampire, lycanthrope, and a bunch of other things. There is the host, which means you're going to be playing a bunch of different things. Toolbox. They're going to hand you a box of toys and say, well, make whatever you want. Make whatever you want. Which I'm going to, once we get a little bit lower down, I can kind of start explaining a little bit. I'm ears itching. This nature becomes a little bit more evident later on. Now, these are your backgrounds. Weirdly enough, you don't actually choose your background unless you spend a bone to do it. You actually have to permanently lower your bone pool by 1 to choose a background. Outside of that, you just roll a D100, which is, I don't know why that's the case. I rolled an 86, so that means I'm a techie. I get a bunch of things for being a techie. Pro here actually rolled military, so he got to have a few different military things. You may be wondering, oh, so that means he started with a gun. No, he didn't start with a gun. I could just pick that. Give me 1 second. I need to send this to. I need to send this to Pro right now just to see if I can't agitate him while he's at work, because that's funny to me. But yes. Now, you can also roll, you also are going to be rolling on the oddities chart. Now, how this works is we take our D100, we roll, and I got a 3, so no, I don't get an oddity. I'm very normal. I don't get any of that. It only happens if you roll dubs, effectively. You roll dubs, you get your, you get it. You get something. If you don't, you just don't. But you can also spend a bone, of course, and get this. So technically, by this point, you could have spent 2 of your bones. So you only have 3 out of 3, but you have a lot more fine-tuned control over your character. Which, again, is probably going to annoy the shit out of people when it comes to character backgrounds anyway. My thing is, you can either roll or pick. I would actually even say, if you just want to roll, you might get an extra bone. Simply because, like, I don't, like, to me anyway, I like it when people are allowed to do something. Like, hey, you know what? What's your background? Tell me who you are. Well, I've got this idea of kind of a fighter type character. I want to punch people. Unfortunately, I rolled clergy member. I'm like, oh. Hey, I want to make a cop. I think making a cop sounds fun. Well, you have a 4% chance of being a cop. Unless you burn a bone to do such. But then that, again, it's taking away a fundamental resource. In exchange, you get 1 perk. Now, because what happens here is a vast majority of these actual backgrounds, when we would think like, okay, these are pretty important, these define who we are things like this. You are an artist. You have one of these 3 perks. And some of these perks aren't actually what we would like to call like major. Some of them are just, you get a +5 to an attribute. You get a minor bonus here. And your lifestyle rating kind of dictates your like wealth level, if that makes sense. The higher your lifestyle, the wealthier you are, more independently wealthy you are. It does technically mean that as an athlete, as a professional football player, hockey player, wrestler, or acrobat, you're lower middle class. Yeah, you kind of see all these things, but they also allow you to take things like this, such as skill training and technical, which this isn't a perk necessarily, this is just a skill training, which we'll get to skill training in a bit. Yeah, you kind of see drifters, entertainers. These are what I ended up with. Military, pretty standard. You can technically play a politician if you want, for some unholy reason. You want to just play a NEET? Cool. You want to play a NEET? You totally can. Go for it. Woo! Ooh. Very simple when it comes to now. Your birthrights are actually something a little bit different. These give you something a little bit more fascinating, such as birthright. At least one of your parents is the reigning leader of a local faction within the Shadowed Society. Your heritage goes along with many, even if it's only by instilling the fear of retribution from your parents should they not get in your way. Most leaders have enemies, and your distance can make people less likely to care about a title. You can spend a bone during gameplay to invoke your birthright. This causes you to radiate authoritative nimbus of power. Seen by those using mysticism to read your aura, which immediately intimidates and possibly terrifies on failed will check any of those who question or defy you. Now, this could mean many things at that point, and technically anyone can take this. Even if you are illuminated, you can take birthright being like, my dad works for the vampire mob. My daddy works for the vampires. Like you can technically do that if you want. Nothing is going to stop you from doing. You're an impossible conception. Yeah, it's a lot of these. Ugh. Yeah, like you receive a free skill training. Okay, you're pattern seeker. Don't check the early life section, I guess. ancestral conduit. You're the 7th child. You're a spirit guard. You have a spirit guardian. Or the funniest one, which is Death Defiance, which you just cannot die. If you get shot and killed, you just get up. However, if you were to, say, drown, you just get up repeatedly and then drown immediately afterwards. That's just, yeah, it's kind of dumb, but I like it. Congratulations, I've taught you how to make a character. Now, your ability scores technically all start at 40, and you get to distribute 10 advances, which is technically just 50% among all of them in 5 increments, effectively. And 10 increments of +5. This is the standard starting array, 60, 55, 50, 45. I chose to be a little bit different. I went with a 60, 40, 55, 55. Why is that the case? Because I felt like it. I thought it looked cool. I thought it looked neat. This does mean a lot of player characters are going to end up looking very similar to. Let's do some math, shall we? Let's do some math-arinos here. So if we have 4 attributes, and we've effectively got 10 times 5 to work with. So let's just do 1, 2, 3, 4. So that brings us down to 6. 5, 6, 7, 8. So that brings us down to 2 more. If you want to be perfectly average man, you're going to have a 55, 55, 50, 50. That's what's going to happen. You're going to be... This is how to make the most perfectly averaged, balanced character physically possible. Now, we want to be, let's be a little bit wacky about it. Let's bend 6 of our points already to get a 70 in something. If you want to be like really like hardcore in one direction, you're going to look a little bit like this. It's going to be like 70, 60, 40, 40. Like, if you want the, like, absolute highest amount of what you can push your character, this is kind of it. Can you be really bad at something? Can I have a 30 in something? No. Can I have anything? No. You're going to have... Those are kind of the 2 major extremes, are 55, 55, 50, 50, or 70, 60, 40, 40. Those are, like, the extremes of both ends. You can't really do anything beyond that. And some people are going to think that's really cool. And other people are going to think like, oh, that's restricting me. You're restricting me. Which is... Truthfully, they are. That's kind of the thing. They are restricting. It's a very controlled game, if that makes sense. And some people are going to enjoy that control, some people are not. They do actually get, again, they kind of give you the the basic stat array. Out of all of these, each one of them is actually something decent. I will give it that. I will give it that very quickly, is that all 4 attributes do something. I would say that logic is a little bit weird, because logic does a lot of things that you wouldn't normally think so, because they mix intelligence and perception together. Which in this kind of game, I would think like maybe they should be separate, but it works. Oh, excuse me. Very basic damage bonuses. Hey, I'm making, I have a strength of 60. You get a +1. I have a dexterity of 60. I have a +1. This does really mean that the absolute maximum, mind you, of a damage bonus you can get at the first rank is a +3. And that's if you dump all your points into making it a single type. Gotta make fun of Pro real fast because he is a funny boy. He's a funny man. But yeah, very... yeah, I don't know what the... yeah, the artwork's a little bit all over the place. Now, skills are a little bit strange. Now, in DWD's most of their systems, how it works is that skills allow you to do things. Skills are actually very important, but you only are going to get like 1 or 2 skills. That's the entire idea. You might be trained in medicine, but having the skill of medicine means that you're pretty fucking good in that. You are a competent individual in that, and you get some new points. You get some new abilities. Even in things like Art of Wuxia, by virtue of taking mysticism, you kind of change the nature of your character. You don't get many skills. You don't need to get many skills. That's never the point. But you do have them. This one, they go for a little bit more of a tradition, what we would like to call a traditional version of it. Skills are... skills are a little bit more simplistic. Pretty much each skill is assigned a level, and that level is going to give you a +10 modifier to it. It goes up to level 5, and that means at total you're going to get a +50% on it. So anytime I draw my firearm and I aim, I get a 10% bonus to whatever it is, which is normally going to be dexterity. So, oh no, there's a vampire coming at me. I'm going to draw my gun and fire at you. Oh no, I need to do some investigation. I add +10 to my logic score at that point. And because I add my +10 to my logic score, I'm good. I'm done. That's how skills work. You don't get a lot of them at first, though. So if you begin with 2 trained skills, and you effectively are going to end up with about 3 skills, 2 to 3 skills, or you're going to have to spend a bone to get more. Having training in a skill means that you can actually get levels in it. This is an actual important aspect. If you don't have it, you in fact take a -20 penalty to it if you don't have training in it. I would say that nearly everybody, mind you, nearly every single character should always take the training in either combat or investigation. If you don't get one of these for free, please God, take it. Like, because it's going to be something that's going to be rolled very commonly. You're always going to end up having one to be your gimmick, and that gimmick is going to be yours, and you're going to want to put one of your 2 points, mind you, in there. 2 points. You get 2 levels and pretty much up +10 to 2 skills. There's not a lot to work with here. And they may say like, oh, well, here's all these. Oh, don't forget about all the focus fields. But it really does boil down to that. Now, one of the things is, for example, you get things like combat. Combat actually has quite a few different facets to it, as you can kind of see here. Those different facets are all going to be slightly different. So let's say, for example, I take that and I can choose to either become skilled in unarmed, one-handed melee, two-handed melee, personal firearm, permanent range weapons, or heavy military weapons. You deal +1 damage per skill level, alright, but that +10 bonus you're going to get does not apply to everything. It's only going to apply to the one thing you're specialized in, but everything else is still counting as being trained. Best way of saying is, if you have the trained combat skill, that means you are at least somewhat competent at fighting. Which is what I mean by you kind of need to have the combat skill, because if you get into a fight, guess what? You're gonna need to use it. And taking a -20 to that is crippling. Even later on, like it's gonna be a thing that's gonna definitely hinder your advancement. Let's say if you don't have combat skill or you don't have something like that. Now, education, same thing. None of the skills are super like wonky. That's the thing. Like that's one thing that I will say. Like, there's no part of these that are like super wonky. They do add in some. which I didn't quite put this down because I didn't think it was that important. Mysticism, though, is the big one. You have mysticism, you can actually do things a lot easier. So the more levels that you put into mysticism gives you more gifts. More gifts allow you to perform more pretty much special abilities. These are your psychic powers. You want to play a mystic character, you're going to get that. By virtue of me playing, by virtue of Pro taking one level in mysticism, just to training in it, he gets the 6th sense power, which allows him to perceive auras. If you don't have mysticism, you don't have this. Which is, again, it shifts the value of some of these things pretty hard. And yeah, none of these are like super weird. That's the thing. None of these are like super duper strange in any remote capacity. And this is what these are the perks. These are like the super cool perks. Advantage on logic checks. Character has a reliable rank 1 NPC they can call on for aid. Ooh. Athletics. Cool, you can increase your stats by 5. Ooh, business sets. Business. Yeah, these aren't really that cool. Like, it's safe. That's what I'm going to call the perk system. Very safe. You get 1 initiative. Yeah, increase your will. You got a safe haven. You've got this. You've got this. You got. I really wish they actually gave more unique ones, because you get things like tough as nails. I'm like, okay, amazing natural resilience, damage, DR of 1. Okay, you know, cool. You know, this is all right. This is fine. But then you get things like Scrapper, where you get advantage on unarmed combat actions. All advantages in this game, mind you. It's exactly what you think it is. You take your D100, you roll. I rolled an 89. Oh no! I fucked up. I'm gonna lose. Roll again, and I rolled a 41. Wow, I hit. I can take the better result. If I have disadvantage, I'm gonna take the worst result. That's all it is. That's how that's all advantage is. But yeah, none of the perks are like super intense, and I think that's kind of one of the problems going forward with it, because like I went through it and I'm like, I'm going to take a perk because it seems interesting, and none of the perks seemed interesting than just taking more just taking another skills training, unless you have like a very particular character in mind. Then I could see certain perks being interesting, but like generally speaking, it's like, oh boy, you have eye for detail, or I could just take the investigation training and then have like larceny and mysticism for free. Like, oh. It lowers the gravitas in some aspects, which I think is kind of a issue when it comes to any toolbox RPG. Anytime you get any of these toolboxes, some things are gonna, you need to account for everything, and sometimes that means making everything a little bit more duller than they need to be. Now, everyone's going to end up with their special powers, and these are all kind of detailed later on. Gifts are your mystic magic bullshit. Manifestation are your superpowers. These are your disciplines, effectively. And that's it. Ta-da! We also have the very bizarre world of descriptors. Descriptors are a very, and I don't know if I like them or I hate them. Because one of the things with descriptors are that they are narrative facts. And those narrative facts are things that allow you to pretty easily say, yes, this is who I am. This is what I am. I am, Pro here is offensively British and rightly paranoid. By virtue of being offensively British and rightly paranoid, everybody knows that he is very British and very paranoid. Now, the thing is, if it is deemed appropriate, they can get a plus 10 bonus to some of their skill checks. They might also get a negative 10 bonus to their skill checks by virtue of being that. If I want to use a social interaction check to deal with someone who fucking hates the British, say the French, I'm going to take a negative 10 to my social check. Like, oh no, this person really hates me. This person doesn't want to deal with me because he's French and I'm British and we have a natural hatred of one another. But if I'm doing, say, oh, well, I want to double check to make sure something's there, I have rightly paranoid, and I can get a plus 10 bonus to it. Now, why I say I maybe don't much care for this is pretty simple in the idea that someone's going to write in a good descriptor and someone's going to write in a bad descriptor. And those good descriptors are going to be the things that people really enjoy playing with, and those bad descriptors are never going to get used. And sometimes the DM is just going to be like, well, you get this because I feel like it. Or, hey, you get this and you get it because I feel like it. It's a little bit loosey-goosey for what I think they're trying to do here. Like, I get it. Don't get me wrong. And the thing is, descriptors are going to be used frequently through the book in various capacities. Some that are going to be good. Some of them are going to be not so good. Ow. There we go. Yeah. One of the other odd bits is that you can technically spend bones to get advantages. But you can, it's how do I want to word this? You can spend a bone to get an advantage, but you can also have the guy just say you're at a disadvantage unless you spend a bone. Again, descriptors sound like it's more about a game of how do I convince the GM to work with me, rather than let's work together to make something fun. Again, it's like, is the GM going to fuck me over on this, or is the GM going to give me a lot of bennies because he likes me a lot, and I made the funny thing. And you see some of these like, oh, positive, cool under pressure, born leader, alright, cool, straight edge, deeply empathetic, health focus, charismatic. But then you get things like always doubts themselves, can't cook to save their lives, like strung out, physical hindrance. It's one of those weird things where if, as a GM, I were to see you put physical hindrance versus can't cook to save their lives, unless I go out of my way to be like, all right, everyone, it's the cooking episode, that might not come out as often as something like physical hindrance. Like, hey, I have a bum leg. Like, oh, you can't run. Oh. Or, hey, you're a convicted felon versus you lack empathy. You lack empathy, you probably don't give a shit. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like certain abilities, certain descriptors here are going to have way higher value than others by virtue of just being written better than others, and I think they don't really plan for that. And if there was like a ranking system or something, like, hey, you can have like, if you're a rank 4 this, it's really good or something. I kind of shat on what was Exquisite Replicas. I kind of shat on Exquisite Replicas for this same idea, but it might work a bit better. HP is just half your strength. You're not gonna have a super lot. Again, at most you're gonna have 35. Pro here at 27. To give you an idea, you're going to have a max of you're gonna have at the lowest possible. You're going to have 20 to 35 HP starting out with. A gun does 2d10 plus 3 damage for me. So, to give you an idea, I've been shot by a gun. I've done 9 plus 12 damage. That's half my health by virtue of just getting shot once. Game is pretty deadly. Don't think that's anything else. It's very deadly. And that's appropriate. Yeah, this is the character creation. Players should choose 5 pieces of equipment, with at least one of them being an equipment pack. I chose the, as you can see here, I took the Survivalist pack, the G17, reinforced clothes, and a compact car. These were the 4 things that I chose personally. Now, obviously, I had to add in some more things. That's I added to some flavorful things, such as a picture of the King of England, 2 packed lunches, the Austin Powers DVD box set, and Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition, signed, of course, by the guy who got shot in Chicago. It's very important that Crow has his favorite RPG, Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition, which is signed. It is very important. That is his favorite RPG, including the Promobile, which is just a compact car. I initially thought about giving him a minivan, but I'm like, would Pro drive a minivan? And I said no. Pro would never drive a minivan. And instead, he would drive a car that he cannot physically fit in. Because he is somewhat chippy-sized. He's gonna watch this video later and he's just gonna be like, that son of a bitch. Now, the packs are a little bit, interesting. You gotta see all here. These don't do anything. Like, that's like one of the big things. Like, these don't do anything unnecessarily. When you say, oh, well, you're either renting a decent house or a condo, or you're paying a mortgage on one, you can afford a decent furnishing, some nice tech and appliances, or a vehicle still under warranty. But if you go to an equipment pack, for example, these are like the Apothecary pack, the Con Artist pack, the Infiltrator pack. Yeah, some of these don't really feel that appropriate in legitimately any situation, really. Like, oh, you're the Con Artist pack. You get some acts of forgery to create convincing disguises. Who the fuck is gonna take this? Like, detective tack. Why do I have this? Like, I guess, like, the only really ones I could see people taking, like, consistently are, like, investigator pack, maybe the occultist pack if you want to play a very certain kind of character. Or the survivalist pack. Because the survivalist pack is actually the only one that kind of outright states, mind you, that outright states, you get a weapon. None of these assume you get a weapon. But you also have no assumption about the every single weapon in the game right here. Yes, this is every single weapon in the game. You may be wondering, Notepad, that doesn't seem like a lot, and the answer is, yeah, it doesn't, and it isn't. Hopefully you like, let's see, there's brass nut, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10 melee weapons, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 firearms. From pistol, revolver, shotgun, submachine gun, hunting rifle, and assault rifle. And of course, the long rifle. That's it. This is every single piece of equipment in the entire game. Is there anything else? No. It's bizarrely, claustrophobic, if that makes sense. And it's not like your, like, unarmed damage does, like, a little amount of damage. It's D5 damage, which if you have a modifier, it's like D5 plus 2. Like, it might be D5 plus 1 or D5 plus 2 damage. But, yeah, you also get some odd ones, like, out of, like, getting hit by a hand axe is, like, way worse than getting hit by a knife. And then getting hit by, like, oh, you've been tased, bro. You can technically tase ghosts. I don't know why that's a thing, but you technically can because they can't differentiate them as they're being their own thing. Handguns, because you gotta remember, when it says 2D, all it says is 2d10 plus whatever it is. So if it says, oh, it's a 3D, it's 3d10 damage. When it says 2d10, 2d plus 3, it's 2d10 plus 3 damage. Yeah, it's a very simplistic item list, which is gonna maybe not feel some people are not gonna like this. And then you just get one that is just outright not in the game for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why that's the case. We're not gonna think about it now, are we? Yeah, this is the extent of the armor, which you really shouldn't wear anything heavy, mind you, because the very bizarre thing. This is a very bizarre thing about this game, because remember, all like ranged attacks technically use dexterity, but melee doesn't. So if you are in full tactical body armor, you should be in melee. You should run up to them in melee and fight them. Because you're going to be taking absolutely no penalties when attacking them with a hand axe in full tack gear. You want to take a pot shot at somebody, you're going to be at a -20 to do it. Where no matter if you are at like 70, that's still now a 50% chance. And the farther away you are, this is only going to get worse. So if you are at medium distance in full tactical body armor, you might be taking a -40 to your roll. Because that makes sense. But again, rushing up to them as fast as possible in full tactical body armor and then just beating them to death with an axe, completely valid. That is overly valid even. My theory is that most people are going to start with reinforced clothes. If you're playing more of a low tier game, if you're going to like, we're playing cops, then it's going to be like right about here. Like tactical security armor, like any of that stuff just isn't good because it's suddenly like, I'm in a fundamental disadvantage using a firearm, which is like, yeah, it's a fucking gun. If, like, unless it's the only thing that I would do is if there was a distinct method to like get rid of that, like a perk, again, like a perk, like you have security training, you don't take a dex, you take a +10, you ignore 10 points of dexterity modifier from wearing it. That could be a fun perk, but it's not here. Technically, you can take any car you feel like. So I could have just have a delivery truck. I could have taken a bus. There's no money or anything. Would Pro want to get in the Promobile of a full-on semi-truck and just run around at high speeds? Yeah, I think so. I think he would do that, personally. I think he's a real gamer. Now, and then we go straight to character advancement. Yeah, you don't get a lot of toys to play with in this game. Like overt toys, especially if you are illuminated. If you are illuminated, if you're just a standard hunter, you don't actually have a lot of stuff to work with. Unless the GM kind of goes out of their way to add things that they want to add. If they say, "Hey, I'm going gamer. We're gonna add in a shit ton of guns from Covert Ops or something." Okay. Or like, hey, I've decided to stat out in graphic detail a bunch of different things because that I think are important. Okay. Um, let's think etched invocations. Ability check, spending bones, failure thresholds, dodge act. Like it's death defiant. Yeah. Well, let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to look at here because I'm like, do they address this at all? Like, here's a bunch of stuff. Like, no, not really. This is yeah, not really. They kind of keep things pretty simple, all things considering. Yeah, they don't really do much in there. But yeah, welcome to the infinite grind. Now, character advancement's done pretty simple. It's you have the idea of milestones. You don't get EXP or anything like that. It's you get a milestones. So every time you complete like a major objective or a major thing, you're going to get a little milestone. You're going to get something cool. And that's fun. It's fun getting milestones. It's not difficult to get these. You might have a GM that gives you one every session. You might get some that are going to give it to you once every 5 years. Now, I would recommend giving to them fast, though. It gets faster and faster and faster. Hey, Notepad, entertain me while I draw my daily dungeon. God damn it. Dungeon 23, right? A lot of people have been doing that Dungeon 23 thing. A lot of people have, actually. Which I think is interesting. I mean, that's cool. Not my particular thing, but I understand the appeal behind it. But yeah, character rank is pretty much your level of experience. More milestones you reach, more stuff you get. Cool, awesome, neato burrito. Uh, it also is kind of, it's more of like a limiter. So you can't have like a rank level 5 skill if you aren't rank 5 with 18 milestones. But these take time. And that's one of the things as well. It's going to take quite a bit of time. It's going to take quite a bit of time. Which also feels a time to rise in rank is also going to be the only time to evolve your descriptors, involving rewriting them. So if you fuck up, it might take you a session or two to be like, yeah, okay, let's rewrite some of your descriptors. Now, every time you get a milestone, you're going to get one of these things. Anything can be taken at once. Anything of these things can be taken, but you cannot take them twice in a row. So anytime you get 3 milestones, let's say, for example, I take 3 milestones. I can raise one of my ability scores by 5%. I can train a new skill and then raise skill level by 1. Cool. Hey, I can add +1 to your bone pile. I can raise an ability score by 5. Then I can add another to my bone pile. But I can't do 1 to my bone pile, 1 to my bone pile, then my ability score. It might be, you know, here I want a perk, I want a descriptor, I want a more ability scores or something. Like, there's a lot of things that you can actually do here. I would say, here's the thing I would say, if you're doing this, I would say start them off as like, with maybe like 2 milestones for free, maybe 2. I would say 2 milestones free, not counting toward the next rank or anything. It's like you get 2 milestones by virtue of getting here. You can train a new skill or raise an ability score, or like, hey, I burnt one of my points to like mandatory roll on the table. I'm going to increase my bone pile by 1, and I want to gain a new positive descriptor or whatever. I would say give people some benefits right off the bat, just so people start differentiating their characters a little bit. So they don't feel like they just, like, oh, well, I just made a very simple character with very simple ideas. It's like, hey, I took a new descriptor, and that means that's something more important to me. Hey, I have a new perk. That may have been fundamental to how I want to play my character a little bit. It also kind of offsets a little bit of that pain of having to like spend bones and say, I want to be a police officer. I have to reduce my bones by my bone pile by 1. Because it's like, yeah, that's kind of a problem. Like, I want to play a police officer. If I get 2 of these little points, I might take my bone pile back up immediately. But I'm compromising there. That's a problem I've taken. Because I don't get +5 to my thing. I don't get a new skill bonus or anything like that. I just get more bennies. I think the advancement system is fine. I think it's a little bit simple, but it makes like higher tier characters a lot easier to make, arguably. Because if I want to say we're starting at rank 3, you just get 6 milestones. And then you just spend your milestones, and then that's it. Congratulations, you're done. I would probably have to be like, you have to like write out how you're doing it, just for my sake, just so you don't be like, I got a +20 so I can take this and it'll be fine. You know how it goes. Kind of already went over all of this. Is pretty simple stuff. Use bones to reroll checks. Rerolling checks is the big thing with how bones are, because you have 4 attributes to play around with. If you fuck up, there's not much you can do outside just try again. And that doesn't work, try again. It doesn't work, try again. Not complicated. Difficulty modifiers. Generally speaking, keep things normal unless it's like very, very explicitly you need to increase it. You're doing something difficult, it's going to be hard. You're doing something real fucking simple, and the only reason I'm asking you to do this is because something is kind of there. There is the idea of narrative time, though, which is each segment is broken up into moments, minutes, half hours, hours, and days. Then it would go to days, weeks, months, and then years. Which would be, hey, I want to research the ghost that we're finding. It's going to take you half-hour segments to break things down to do this. That's pretty much how it works. Nothing too complicated. Now we've got extended tasks. Extended tasks are a little bit funny because this is a fairly major concept in mind in the game. So, how major tasks work is pretty simple. Let's say I'm trying to build something. I'm trying to build a shed, for example, and I need to get 100%. I started 0%. Now, looking over here, you kind of see over here, I've got a strength of 55. Strength of 55. Don't need to roll anything else though. Let's just say I just need to roll strength. Just helping people haul shit. What's going to happen? I'm going to take my dice and I'm going to roll. And I got a 23. Because I've got a 23, the increment of, let's say, a day, I've spent all day trying to build this shed. I increase my thing by 23. Okay, easy enough to understand. I roll again. So the next day, I roll again. I got a 47. Still under my strength. I still succeed. So I increase it by 47. I go up to 70%. Cool. I roll again. I got a 45. I've gone over the amount. I've succeeded. It took me 3 days, but I fully built this shed. Now, what happens if you fail, though? You know, the OGL crisis has been kind of an issue when my mom keeps sending me things about it. Yes, my mother has become invested in the Wizards of the Coast OGL crisis. Effectively, how extended checks works is you want to get to 100. A lot of things in this game are extended checks. The closer you are to failure, it's a little bit of blackjack in there. The closer you are, you want to get a roll as high as possible, but still under. If you fail a check, though, you're going to take an X next to it, effectively. You're going to be taking a problem. Have too many problems, it fails. It biffs up completely. It's ruined before it begins. Not complicated. Notepad, dear. Look at those Americans. No. It's funny because she's approaching me with it being like, Notepad, Notepad. Do you know about this? I'm like, yeah, I know about it a little bit. Being like, wow, that sucks. These Dungeons and Dragons guys are stupid. But you don't do that, so you're fine. I'm like, yeah, go me, go mom. But she was also the thing is, she was also one of the people that reinforced my opinion a little bit on. You're a good one. She reinforced my opinion a little bit about the cultural power of D&D. Effectively, it's not necessarily a idea of, oh, D&D is just this. It's just a major force in the market. No, it has such a cultural gravitas to it that kind of escaping it's a little bit more complicated than just play a different game. It's not about just playing a different game. It's about D&D being the game and being such a defining factor in the market. But we're not talking about D&D. We're talking about I Can't Believe It's Not World of Darkness. One of the things is, if you roll doubles, congratulations, you add plus 20%. This is really good. If you keep failing, let's say you fail 2-3 times on something, the entire project is over. You can't do it anymore. This does mean people with a lower skill level are going to take longer, going to require more checks, are really going to take... It's going to be how do I want to word it? A harder time for them in general. It's going to take them a longer time. It's going to be harder for them with a higher chance of failure, which works. I think it works just fine. Now, one of the things, too, is the idea of taking time. If you take time to do something, you automatically succeed by whatever your value would be. Not exactly complicated. So, for example, if you want to do research, and I roll my success value, and I say, okay, I've rolled a 43. I rolled a 43, and I'm taking my time to do this. I'm taking my time, and normally it would take me a day. Instead, it's going to take me with absolutely no risk to myself, no problems going forward, no threat, no risk. It's going to take me, it's going to take me effectively about a month to build that shed up instead of 3 days. Normally, you're going to want to do this in lower increments, where it's like, yeah, instead of taking half hour, it's going to take you an hour, but you get to do it instead of doing it in like, oh, you've researched the entire thing in an hour and a half. You've researched the entire thing in 4 hours, because you're pretty fine. There's a lot of things which use this in some capacity. Then we get to combat. Alright, let's talk about combat. Alright. No, mom doesn't know about tabletop, but already doesn't like D&D. I've had to talk to her about it more than once, and she's like, yeah, no, I've told people at work that you work on the D&Ds before. I'm like, yeah, thanks, mom. Because apparently she works with a bunch of fucking nerds that play nothing else except D&D. And apparently I'm the cool guy because I work on other games. How little they know of the rampant alcoholism. They don't know my secret, and the secret is booze. Yeah, it's the D&Ds. Yes, initiative in this game is technically just roll a d10 and go higher. And so let's say, for example, I have an initiative of 3. So I'm going to take 3d10, I'm going to roll, and I rolled a 4, 5, and a 9. So I'm going to be acting on 9. Pretty easy to understand. Most of the time, though, you're only going to have an initiative of 1. You don't really need that high of an initiative value in most cases. Even just 1 die means that you can operate effectively on a 1 or a 10. More dice you get, which is really only going to get like 1 or 2 situations, the more you get in more goofy ass artwork. I don't know why they chose this art. It looks so goofy. Now, this is a thing from this was a major thing from DWD's other games. Pretty much anytime you can choose to perform an action, such as defending, resisting, burst firing weapon, attacking, whatever really. You roll and things occur. It's pretty simple. The idea is, we kind of see down here, the action tracker. So for example, my first action, I want to bring up my handgun and shoot you. Ooh, he's shooting me. Oh no. I roll and I've rolled a 56. I've hit you. Bang. If I want to do something else, I want to move real fast. That's going to be a negative 20 to me running. But if I want to do another action, I want to shoot you again. At 0, it was at pretty much the first action was a 0. Me moving brought it down to negative 20. If I try to shoot you again, I'm going to be operating at a negative 40. This does mean that you can very easily kind of try to perform actions that don't require rolls kind of later on, which may allow you to actually kind of get out of the way in certain cases. Things like, hey, I want to, I want to attack and then I want to move. I want to run, just like sprint over there. I want to sprint away. I want to get out of the attack or whatever. I want to do something really quick. I want to do this. I want to do that. You want to do 3 attacks at once, possibly. That's kind of the main crux of the issue, you could say. Is the more actions you do, the more fun you get to have. And I'm fine with this. Works fine. Yeah, not movement range bands, not really difficult. However, it is pretty serious. This is kind of an issue. When you hit 0 HP, you're going to be making a strength check. If it succeeds, you wake up at the end of the battle with 1 HP. If you fail, you're dead. Simple as. If somebody is attempting to heal you with like a med pack or something, they can substitute their logic score. So having kind of a pocket medic on call, not a bad idea. Game's actually pretty deadly. For example, Pro here technically only has a 55% chance of waking up after he hits 0 HP. 55% isn't a lot. You're going to want to try to build that up. Possibly you want to get more things that allow you to ignore death in some respects. It's like, oh no, I need to try to get out of dying effectively. Yeah, most everything is pretty standard. You're just going to be taking about D10. You're going to be taking about D10 damage regardless of what you do. Now, get rolls doubles on a successful attack in lieu of doubling damage. Instead, cause an injury to their target. Injuries are rules of hindering descriptors and always cause a disadvantage on actions that are linked to them. This is one of those things where I don't know how much the value would be if you are. This is another one of those GM things which are going to require you to be a little bit either very mean or very not mean. This is how you crit effectively. You're going to give injuries to targets. So if I crit a zombie, I can give it an injury as well. That's all that really happens. What I would say here probably is the idea of you roll crit, so you roll doubles, you do double damage, you blow a zombie's head off or whatever, and if you survive, you get an injury. It's like, okay, you've done this. You can spend a bone to reduce the damage, which does allow you to maybe stay alive, but you're always going to take an injury. Hey, you've been hit, the fucking vampire jumps down and backhands you, rolls dubs and everything. Suddenly you're on your ass and you've got a broken arm or something. You're not looking too hot. You're bleeding profusely. You are. Hey, this fucking werewolf's fucking impaled you. Your guts are coming out where guts shouldn't be coming out of. That's kind of the idea. I really think that would have been a better method of doing this. I understand what they're trying to do. However, it would be, as a player, if you crit, at a crit, you should only do double damage. Honestly, you should really only do double damage. As the GM, you should start giving injuries, but those injuries have got to be... You could say you have an injury, you have a concussion, you take a disadvantage to legitimately everything. It is very easy to say that. It's very easy to say, oh, well, you have a broken rib, you can't run fast as well. Just as much as it is to say, you got an oofy owie and you don't want to get up anymore. It's one of those things, like, it's very nebulous of how injuries work. I get the idea. I don't think it's a terrible idea, but it is very much a... Healing is also very slow. Most of the time, it's 5 HP per day. Unless you have some basic abilities. You really need to actually... Getting hurt in general is terrible in this game. You don't want to get hurt. But you have an advantage over most of the ghosts and ghoulies out there, which is, a gun. You have a gun. And you should shoot people with your gun. If like, oh no, I'm a vampire, ooga booga, ooga booga, I'm gonna kill you. You'd be like, oh yeah, let me tell you about my favorite discipline, the gun. Ooga booga, I'm a fucking werewolf. What are you gonna do? The gun. Oh, I'm a fucking zombie. Ooga booga. Wubba 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 dub dub. Shoot him or fucking whatever. I beat my fucking wife. Gun. Like. Has any game done injuries in an interesting way? It feels like a curse mechanic. Injuries are such a one of those great fucking ideas. It's a great idea because it's just like, yeah, you've taken an injury. You're really not feeling good. Something wrong's going on. But every single time, usually what happens is either it's overly detailed or it's not very detailed at all, which makes it very nebulous. It's kind of one of those things, I have not found one game that really does it well outside of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition with the crit charts. The crit charts are phenomenal, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong. And I think it's really fucking good. I think it's some good, genuine ideas in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, because I love Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition, not Zweihander. I don't like Garfield. Ooh, goodness. I don't like Garfield Hammer very. But yeah, breaking stuff, pretty standard stuff. They do tell you, oh, well, you can do some special effects. Special effects exist. And all it is you're going to select what it is, and then you're going to be making usually a resistance check against it. Oh no, you've been there's a poison sting. Oh no! Oh no! You're going to be making a strength -20 check and at 55%. So it's, oh no, and you've been hit by it, and then when you get hit, you're going to take 1d10, and you're slowed and weakened each turn until you resist it. Every turn, you're going to have to make a resistance. Fireball! Fireball! They're going to be shooting a fucking fireball at you, which is really bad. Yeah. Most of these are pretty simple, because the thing is, they give you a bunch of tools to make your own enemies, because they can't make them. They physically cannot. Very basic conditions to kind of work with. Hey, you're paralyzed. Hey, you're prone. Hey, you're frightened. Hey, you're fatigued. Hey, you're dazed. And technically, these do stack. However, it's not like dazed 2. It's if you're dazed and demoralized, you're taking a -20 to your will checks and -10 to everything else. hey, you are demoralized and fatigued, you have a negative 20. You have a you have a negative 10 L actions and negative 20 to your will. Hey, I am ignited and I'm immobilized. I'm just on fucking fire and burning to death. This is great. That I'm having so much fun. Hey, I'm paralyzed and I'm prone though. Like the thing is, you can't be like you can't be double paralyzed, so you can't be double ignited. You just are one, but they do stack. Programming socks. Yeah, contests, chases operate almost the exact same way, except the like as extended checks, except one per like you started at 50%. The pursuer is trying to get it to 100%. The pursuee, the quarry, is trying to get it to 0%. But you are going to be doing the exact same roll and comparing who won, and then they change it. So if they roll a 5 and you roll a 25 and you still succeed, you are going to shift it by 20, in fact. You both win, but you won more. But if they fail, let's say they rolled an 80 and you rolled a 25, you're going to increase it by 25. What you want to do really is do your best to get as close to failure as possible. But if you do fuck up, double failure might mean you give the advantage to the enemy, which is really bad. They do a lot of things with the driving for some reason. Like, again, like who's driving, performance checks, body points, bumping, ramming, vehicle chases and races. I want to do an entire thing with that. But that's really it. That's kind of the game in general. It's not a complicated game at all. Looks like the fucking cover of King Crimson. But yeah, let's move on to Esoterica, Metaphysics, the crash course in cosmology. Okay, I'm gonna do my best to explain to you the setting, kind of the established setting they want to talk about. There is no real setting in this game. There is just kind of this basic concept, but very simply, there is reality. We're gonna call that the everything, the extant. However, we're just gonna say that's reality. However, there is also the shadow. The shadow is our parallel, kind of like a parallel reality to us. Then we have also the curtain. The curtain is the thing that separates the shadow, or umbra, from us. There's the bit there. Now, from there, after the curtain, we effectively hit the echo before we hit the shadow in fully. But so to give you a more grandiose idea, and kind of bring it up to a little bit here, is reality, the curtain, echo, shadow. There we go. That's kind of the basic idea of like how this world is set up, and all of this belongs to Cosmos, the cosms, the cosms. Sorry, all of those belong to the cosms. We are in reality. The curtain, however, is weakening. Pretty much the shadow nightmare spawn of everything going wrong is in fact because the curtain is weakening, and there are tears and there are holes in it, which opens up unreality to reality. That's the lore. That's how we're doing it. Anytime you use magic in this game, you're in fact just drawing energy from here to use in here. The curtain is the block, however, the block is weakening. That is kind of the basic ways to understand everything. Then we get things like, which are going to get a little bit weird. A fun fact, animas was bullshitted on the spot during play. Author said so. Wouldn't be surprised. So, the Echo is home to Ephemerma. Reflections and a ghost of the most calm. Pretty much like the beings of Echo, the beings of the parallel world, the other world, the Silent Hill world, are called the Ephemerma. Ghosts are like the Ephemerma. They're pretty much echoes. They are like what we have, but also not. There are also thought forms, which thought forms are effectively manifested ideas or stray thoughts. Kind of what we would think as a tulpa. Anytime you rape your tiny My Little Pony tulpa, they're technically in the Echo. Which is the thing that occurred. Don't forget that, everybody. Someone actually decided to make a tulpa on MLP once and rape it. God bless 4chan. But then we also have the anima. The anima are bigger things. They're nature, they're technology, raw elements, music, art. They are things that are conceptual and large, and also a Spanish role-playing game, which one day I will go over. One day I will go over anima. To be perfectly frank with you all, I'm terrified of anima. I am terrified of that game. Once. Yeah, then it's like, we have the visages, which is, I'm going to give you, I'm going to give you a secret of what the visage is. The visage is the hours from Fallen London. That's all they are. They're avatars of gods, saints, totems, icons. They're just gods. That's all they are. Ta-da! Yeah, this is the idea of like, if the rift is like there's a hole in it, then there's the bleed, which pretty much, if there is a rift, there's a leak lifting, a leak effectively of unreality affecting the world. Anytime that's been bad, anytime bad things go on, it's because of the bleed. Why do we have Mothman killing people? There's a bleed. Why are there undead in the graveyard? There's a bleed. Why are people dying in their sleep mysteriously from gloved hands? That's a bleed and a pedophile. Why is there a dancing plague? You're going to be making a wild guess of why. It's a bleed. Or why do the hills have eyes? Bleed time. That's how they legitimately justify every single thing occurring at once. Is, hey, rifts, bleeds, pylons. Things that open up to naughty place, and we go find, and we try to find things. Now, this is the one that you will always get. If you were at least trained in mysticism, you will always have sixth sense. So, you can read the auras of anyone nearby. You maintaining sixth sense, certain one of the following of the aura: personality, emotional state, under paranormal influence, and appear as an apparition in the Echo. They physically cannot interact with other beings in the Echo, but may use any powers they have: psychic, spiritual, magical, or even emotional effects. Effectively, if you want to do, if you have a character who has really high mysticism, they're going to be having their own fun game, which when we get done to spells, I'm going to kind of explain that a little bit. But yeah, there's quite a few of these different abilities that you can kind of pick up. You want to take, hey, I want to take clairvoyance. Cool. I can cast and remotely view anywhere in the physical world. Oh no! Hey, I want to look at... I want to cleanse. And I want to get rid of conditions, poisons, burning, danger zone. I want to enhance myself. I want to heal other people. I can guarantee you, anyone playing a mystic is going to immediately take heal. Though, here's the thing: if you want to play like a really hardcore mystic game, you want to really double down on that aspect of things, what's going to really happen is everybody is going to end up taking mystic, and everyone should be putting a single point in it, so everybody gets a new spell to work with. every single person's going to have sixth sense, and then everybody is going to start picking like the one thing, and there will be one person who picks his heal. You're a mystic and don't pick heal, you're a dick, and everyone hates you. Telekinesis, telepathy. But yeah, there aren't many here, technically. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 13 special abilities to really play around with. You're only going to have a maximum of 4, mind you, but that's kind of the nature of things. Also, I don't know what about this face really just sold me on this game, but like this image just, this is it. This is the image I need. Like this is some genuine articles right here. It is a great reaction face. It really is. Just this entire image, just it like kind of like the wide open hands, the little scrunched face, the like the down and out, like again the entire thing just chef's kiss. It's art. Like legit, like there's a lot of good reaction images in this game. Now we actually get to Shadowed. Now, mind you, all of these can also be, everything previously can also be taken by shadows, but shadows are the interesting things. They kind of tell you about everything out here, but this is your manifestations. You're going to get 2 manifestations to start off with. But here's the kind of the secret. Your manifestations also double as a skill of some variety. 2 of them at level 1, so it's like, hey, you get a plus 10% on any of these, but you're always going to get a special effect. But here's the thing, each manifestation is going to give you a passive ability. Just by virtue of having it, you have something. You're then going to get it as a skill, effectively. So if I want to do something, I can roll it as a skill. Then I can also use it to spend as a bone to do something else entirely. Let's say Animal Communion here. Now, every level on any will plus survival check to handle animals. Anytime I'm working with animals, I get a 5% bonus on it. If I have a level 5, it's a 25% bonus. Cool. If I spend an action, I can openly communicate with them. Yeah. If I spend a bone, I can call out for the animals for aid. Thomas Fireheart, would you like to make $10 million? Yeah, and it's like Animal Communion, Blink, Channel Arcanum, you're a sorcerer. You know, being able to compel others, having concealment, entangle, ethereal form. Just being able to fucking fly. Gift, you just have a mysticism gift. Hastening, heightened senses, inhuman ability, being able to leap. Another fantastic reaction. Hug the fuck. Someone screamed out because I'm lazy. It's an Osprey kind of feel. Yeah. Like, just, what is this? What is this image? What does this image tell you about, like, what's going on in this present situation? Like, your fucking your stoner ass friend has... Your fucking stoner ass friend's like, guys, check this out. He's like, oh yeah. I'm just like, that's not like I'm controlling the power of mystic, the mystic arts within my fingertips, allowing me to, summon lightning from the ethereal realm. That's, man, I am so fucking high right now. I'm having a ball. Like, I am legit, like, the electricity is in my dick. Like, this fucking guy is like, bro, stop, like, fucking, coming in my direction. And this fucking dude's like, dude, stop, please. Like, it's just bizarre, and I love it. It's just, the arc is so weird. But one of the ideas behind this particular situation is that you're supposed to be able to build your own thing. So let's say I want to build, let's just say, for example, I want to make a big scary werewolf. Big scary werewolf, okay? I want to build one of these guys. Let's see, I want to play a big scary werewolf. What am I going to take? Well, I think anyway. I think I should take Animal Communion. I want to talk with animals because I'm a big scary werewolf, obviously. And why wouldn't I want to, summon big scary werewolf time? Because I'm a werewolf. Where was it? Leaping, mimicry, paranormal attacks, penetrating attacks, shock attack, regeneration. Then I'm going to obviously have to take shapeshift. Cool, I've taken shapeshift. Ooh, wow. Now, the more I level up, I can increase my shapeshift up, I can increase my animal communion up, or I can take new manifestations of my big, scary werewolf powers. Now, can any of you tell me why this may be a little bit wonky in some regards? Can anyone pinpoint the issue here? Because I'm going to give you a secret here. The issue is that toolbox. And by that I mean, technically, I can play a werewolf and take wall crawling. I want to play a werewolf and I can blink. What? That doesn't make any sense. You're playing a werewolf. Yeah, but it says I can. The problem with the shadows is that it is trying to account for everything from giant furry murder machines all the way to, like, you're a fucking common writer. It's trying to give everybody that feeling all at once. It's like, yeah, you are a mutant, you are also a giant murder machine, you're also Spider-Man. Like, that's the idea, is like, it's trying to do everything at once. And I feel the issue is, it's trying to do everything, but it can't really do anything deep. You're not playing werewolves now. It's not the deep intricacies of your werewolf powers, of going how high you can go or how low you end up being. It is, you select the shape-shifting ability and you choose maybe regeneration or animal communion, and that's how you do it. That's how you play a werewolf. But I want to pick wall crawling. No. Now, each manifestation, at the beginning, you're always going to end up with one of these banes. Something bad that's going to be here that you have to worry about. You have a strange compulsion. You have a secret skin. This isn't your thing. This is not your real skin. Everything just fucking hates you. They just despise you. There's something, a key phrase, your true name. The second they do that, you're fucked. A hindering trait of some variety. Technology hates me. I cast no reflection. Black lights reveal symbols of my demonic heritage. I reek of a corpse. I'm really fucking tired all the time. Oh no. Oh man, anytime my supernatural aspect happens, something happens. Hey, horns protrude from my head. I grow body, facial hair, and a snout. I erupt in an aura of hellfire. I take the appearance of one possessing me, or whatever. Binding, and banes and shit like that. That's kind of the idea. Now, I can tell you what's going to happen. I can tell you what's really going to happen here. Is if someone's going to say, hey, we're playing Sigil and Shadow, we're going to be playing vampires, okay? Well, everyone's going to be playing vampires. Yeah, okay, playing vampires. You have to, you have to, mind you, take It is required that you take strange compulsion. Like you have to take it. Or no, it would be you have to take Bane. You have to take Bane as a vampire. Anything that we traditionally think vampires can't do, you have to take. However, you also must take, where was it? Everybody must take Compel. And since everyone's taken Compel, everyone's taken Bane, you also have to take Ravenous. You have to become Ravenous. So you get to choose one other thing, because you have to choose these. I have a feeling the GM is going to have to do things like that quite a bit. They're going to have to build you what they want, and then they're going to hand it to you. Which is going to be maybe a little bit frustrating, because the game doesn't really account for that. But the game does weirdly account more for like these mixed parties. You can technically just have a mixed party of like 2 werewolves and a vampire and I don't know, fucking common writer, and have them fight crime. Like, you can do that if you want. Nothing wrong with that. And then we get magic. I'm going to tell you a secret about magic here. You ready? Magic is really fucking cool in this game. I'm going to say that right now. Magic is pretty fucking cool. And I wish it was the main part of the game. Let's go. So, they do a big thing on the idea of what's 21st century occultism. It's wizard houses, goddess energy, and even witchy ways out in public without being hunted down or anything like that. And it's like, yeah, witches and warlocks can communicate with each other via Facebook. That's just a thing. That's just an idea that it has always been there. Magic has always been. Belief is a tool, you just have to put it to work. It does explain things quite actively. It's pretty interesting. The physics of metaphysics. Everything needs a catalyst. Everything needs a focus. Everything needs an invocation. Sorcery is really dangerous. Because you're pretty much taking energy from one place to do something else. I want to shoot a fireball, suddenly, a transformer explodes because you're just using energy. You want to summon an entity from somewhere. That entity has to come from somewhere. It's crazy dangerous. It's karmic. Everyone that you harm is doing something. Hey, I want to compel you to do something. I have to take something from somebody else. It's rippling. It's cool. And can I be morbid? Technically you can be morbid in this game. Or do you mean morbed? Can you morb out? Yeah, you can morb out. Very easily, in fact. Do you want to become Michael Morbius? You can become Michael Morbius. This is the Morbius of our role-playing games, everyone. We did it. My God, Osprey, you have done it. You crazy bastard, R.E. Davis. You did it. You allowed us to to do it. We can morb now. It's morbin time, everybody. Yeah, this summarizes the entirety of the spell system, though. Don't overthink it. Just don't think about it. Don't think about it. Hey, Notepad, this doesn't make it. This doesn't. Don't think about it. Hey, Notepad, this seems kind of. Don't think about it. Hey, I want to do this. Don't think about it. Do not question what is going on. Do not question the Wendigo in the core. Now, the basic idea is you need what you want to affect, how you're going to be doing it, the form it's going to be taking, and finally, your catalyst. And this is a very cool idea. You're going to need basic keywords, the keys, and then your grade. Pretty much The bigger something is, the higher the grade is going to be. This is the inverted pyramid. This is the kind of the bigger thing about this game. So, let's say, for example, I want to reveal something. Oh, actually, no, I want to enhance something. I'm going to project it. It's going to be an invocation, and I'm going to do some magic dust. Since I am revealing this by projecting it out as an invocation, I throw my magic dust and I reveal what's going on. Cool. I want to attract something to bind it using my channeling, and I'm the catalyst. I want to enhance something by charging it with it as an invocation, and here's the catalyst. This is how magic is formed. Effect, method, form, catalyst. Shaping magic allows you to it's more of the physical manipulation of energy or matter. Attracting and repelling is bringing and pushing away, if that makes sense. I want to get you to like me more. I'm going to be using an attract spell. I want to summon Satan. It's going to be an attract spell. I want everybody in this area to leave. That's going to be a repel spell. I want to reveal something. Okay, I want to obscure something. Obfuscate. I want to hide myself. I want to inhibit something. I want to enhance something. I want to bind something. So if I'm trying to project energy, I'm trying to bring forth something. I'm going to be projection. If I want to bring it to something, say, hey, this guy has a protective barrier. Anyone who wears this ring has a protective barrier. That's the idea. You're bringing it, you're putting it on something or someone. And charging is, proto method. We wait on it, we carve out our sigil and shadow, and then we wait for it. Hey everybody, let's say for example, I want to light a fire real fast. That would be, if I wanted to light just a little quick fire, it would be a shape, and then let's say okay, I'm shaping fire. I want to light my fireplace. It's going to be great. If I project it, I'm just shooting it from my hand. Going, if I'm binding something, I might bind it to a ring, and I press that ring up against a log, and it's going to burst into fucking flames. However, I might also charge something, being like, I'm going to put it on my fireplace. I say ignite, and then suddenly the entire thing lights up on fire. That's how it works. If we invoke, it's a little bit complicated. Yeah, it's pretty much the idea of invoking a spell is you have to learn the spell. And that's drawing the symbols, doing the right chants, the hand gestures, extreme meditation. Pretty much you need to actually know what the fuck you're doing. You have to learn this spell. Channeling a spell, however, is saying, I'm going to do this, but I'm going to be here doing it. And you're going to be able to draw something else to put it out. Hey, everybody, I want to light this thing on fire by shooting it from my hands. You go, hey, I want to do it as an invocation is, I have a little book that I read out the spell from, and it works. It's this really interesting little way of doing things. You have little magic. You have kind of the more, you have things like folk magic. You have thaumaturgy. You have wizardry, the bonker shit. And all of these are at a difficulty using the same system, however. And it's like, hey, prayer-like incantation, quick gestures of ritual, a pinch of salt, lighting a candle, sweeping a room, or sprinkling diluted oils or whatever. That's the entire idea of the little magic. But it's a -10 difficulty on top of your, I believe it's your willpower roll, right? Yeah, will plus arcanum. So I could technically start learning some spells, but I don't have the arcana focus. I took mysticism instead. Because I took mysticism, I can't really do magic at all. This is all dependent on a single skill that you need to take. You have the right components, you have the right things here, and then we have all the different arcana. Each arcana is going to have different aspects, different ideas, what it can be tied to. Hey, I could use arrow magic, air communication, mind, and space. Conjure gusts of wind, raise or lower temperature, friction in the atmosphere to spark lightning. But it also has some more metaphysical things. If I use this fan, I can, fan you in your dreams, and suddenly you're having some really nice dreams. Or I can use a dagger to focus you, and then suddenly you have a dream of you getting stabbed to death. It's like that. That's what you can do. Aqua, on the other hand, is, water, empathy, illusions, cleansing, geo, pyro, umbra, vita. We'll get to you in a minute. Don't you think about that. We're going to have to talk about the most entertaining aspect of this game, and kind of another bigger issue with it. The Apocrypha. This is gutter magic. This is pop arcana. This is the new shit. Caro Artis body modification tools, acupuncture, BDSM implements, flesh pain, health, and resilience. It's tattoo magic. Musicorium, musical. It's guitar magic. Pharmaca, magic of the 21st century alchemists. It's the Breaking Bad magic. You want to play Walter White? You're going to be playing with Pharmaca. Jesse, we have to cook. We have to cook some magic. Yeah, it's meth magic. Yes, this game does include meth magic. Don't you forget it. Pharmaca does allow you to do that. Then we have techno. Techno magic is literally technological divination, magic of surveillance age, living panopticons where every smart device listens and watches over us. Technomancy can provide supernatural levels of encryption, summon demons to collect data, provide scrying via hijacked video feeds, even change spells into internet memes. This is a thing that has been written right here. Magic memes, everybody. It's literal meme magic. You can create your own new arcana. This is the idea of grimoires. This is actually kind of an interesting thing, which is you need to learn how to do some of these bigger spells, how to do things that you may not understand. Now, you might think, well, you need to open up grimoires. You need to find, books of shadow and piles of cheap composition books. Oh, no. However, things are like, here's a database, here's a spreadsheet, here's a note-taking app on my, fucking Tumblr. That's what you're doing to learn magic in the 21st century. You're visiting someone's Reddit post. And art gallery, music albums, even tattoos covering the occultist's body. Characters want to perform practice magic outside their usual purview, may attempt to learn and cast an invocation by studying from another occultist grimoire. Yeah, technically it's like, hey, I need to make sure that I'm like, hey, I found it's quite literally, hey, I found a magic spell on somebody's fucking, Reddit post real fast. Give me a second to see if it's actual bullshit. That's a line that can be spoken in Sigil and Shadow, and I don't know if I fucking hate it or not. Initiation and learning, kind of learning, learning this. I wouldn't really do this. The perils of open source magic. Have no fear, everybody. I made Linux magic. Have no fear. They do an entire thing on the idea of summoning entities. What are you calling forth? Are you trying to bind them? What are you projecting their shape to be as? What are their grade? What are their abilities? How do you bind them? How do you make the screaming nightmare baby work properly? You want to try to possess something? Want to try to animate things? Here it is. Here's the entire idea of sigils. What is correct and what isn't correct. Sigils as communication. relics, artifacts, and the other curios, mostly coming down to the idea of expendables, knickknacks, tools, and other items that can be charged with a spell effect. For example, I have a rock that when I hit you with it, you get blasted back. Hey, I have an ability. Here's the thing. I have a ability that, I have I have a stick that if I bonk on the side of a wall, for example, it starts sparking. I have a slingshot that if I fire a pellet out of, it's gonna hit the ground, hit a wall or something and then sprout a tree. It's some shit like that. Very one-shot oriented. Rare items constructed for mystical purpose. But they are expendable. Once used, gone. Consumables are, well, consumables. That's how they kind of work. Most permanent magic items are hard. I do like this idea. It's the idea that you're going to have to actually sacrifice your strength or your will permanently to bind an effect. Permanent fixture of creating protective words, establishing or closing pylons, binding spirits. You pretty much need to bind an item to do something. Hey, I want to, if I use this item, for example, I use my magic stone that, if I throw on the ground, it's going to, create an explosion. If I want to keep that permanent, I'm going to have to give up my strength. I'm going to have to give up some of my willpower to do that, which is, again, 2 advancements, 2 milestones, effectively, that you're giving up to make a relic, an item, an ability. Which you'll probably want to go high. It's a little bit painful, not going to lie, a little bit painful to give up that much for relatively little. My thing would be, you're gonna have to, if you have all the right materials, I would say you don't need to do this, like, extensively to do that, or it would be like that until a certain amount of time has ended. That would be my thing. Yeah, different points you end up having is, the more points you have means more special components required to bind spells. It's, say, I want to make a spell that shoots fireballs. That's going to be high magic. It's going to be a trigger. That's very dangerous, and it's a gun. It's portable. And because of that, if I add everything up, it's 10. So I'm going to need to find a special firing mechanism. I need to find a special, stock to make sure everything works properly. Doing all of that's going to take time. Once all that time is done, though, I do everything, and I have my special ability. And finally, we kind of have our arbitration cheat sheet. Here's how damage works. Here's how the buffs work: words, shaping, detection, distraction, movement, illusions, and then even some very basic spells for everything. Some of these are pretty interesting. Hey, and crystal protection, goodwill projected. Poured into a precious gemstone, a hematite or amethyst, and given to the subject. When the spell is triggered, usually by simple touching or willing action, the character gains advantage in all checks to resist physical harm. Oh, that's kind of neat. A little easy, a little bit understanding. Fervor, Promethean's candle. Ooh, fiery form. Entropic glands, imperial admission. Pull the curtain. Ooh, rejuvenating. The living tattoos. Cool. Flesh sculpting. Kind of fucked up. Expelling. Ruminate the god mind. Natural hallucinogen. Heightened head trip. The rhythm of life. The rhythm of life. Disarm melody. Da 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 da. It's the rhythm of life. It's the rhythm of life. Don't you worry about anything. It's the rhythm of life. Pretty simple. This is still going to be my favorite spell of all time, right here. You may not like it, but summon web crawlers. The occultist runs an arcane script on their PC, summoning forth a demonic anima of information gathering bots. In exchange for personal data of the caster, or perhaps an offering of cryptocurrency, these digital entities can be persuaded to harvest intel from browser cookies and website caches. Crypto ghosts. They're crypto ghosts, everybody. I'm paying ghosts in note coin, my rug pulled note coin, to harvest me data. And do you think the crypto ghosts understand like the value of certain things? Do you think they understand the value of tether? Do you think they can? All I'm saying is, do you believe the crypto ghosts are going to call out my rug pull when I am the one who owns all of the note coin, and then I'm promoting it using Jake Paul? Do you think that you think the crypto ghosts are going to get mad at me for that? Like, I don't think so personally. I think the crypto ghosts. I don't think the crypto ghosts are gonna appreciate me, but hey, I don't care. Yeah, this is kind of the idea behind this game. People are talking about TBZ in my fucking server for some reason. Even down to the ability to deepfake things for some reason. That's a spell. And you get shit that looks like this, where I believe that's an MP. Is that an MP5? I think that's H&K. Like, I can't quite tell what the fuck that gun is. But she's shooting a zombie. This guy is, I believe, pogging. I believe this man is pogging out, trying to cast a lightning ball against these zombies. But again, I'm using the force of nature to cast a lightning ball. I have a gun. Now we get to, these are the kind of the antagonists and how enemies work. A vast majority of minor NPCs are going to look like this. They're just going to have whatever the fuck they are and a percentage after them. It's very simple. This is how you do major NPCs. They're ranked similarly to players. They kind of do the same thing. And they kind of tell you just do whatever kind of floats your boat and what feels right. Hey, I want to fight a rhino. Why is there a rhino in this game? It's here, but fuck it. Here's a rhino. You want to fight a rhino? You can. Hey, everybody. There's a poltergeist. Nothing says I can't just, I don't know, shoot. Oh no, the poltergeist has come out. Ooh, he's here to spook me. I have a Glock. Yeah, shoot the poltergeist. Just like, again, like, oh no, I'm a spooky shadow person or whatever. And be like, man, that really fucking sucks. Like, here's my silver Glock kind of thing. Unsettling exposure. Vampire. Ooh, vampires. Yeah, it's a little bit of everything. Strange encounters. These are kind of the special monsters. As you can kind of say, these are the super special ones. They kind of do like it's like little image boards, and they're talking to you about things. Ooh, it's a furry, and social media thought forms. The influencer. Yeah, here's the influencer, everybody. Do you like this? This hip with you? Is this hip to you, the kids? On the internet, quite literally a ghost in the machine. Influence tech, mesmerize, tend to have a hypnotic effect on people, outrage or FOMO. Yeah, there's quite a few different ones that kind of allow you to kind of fuck around with. Like, you can clearly make your own. You can kind of do your own thing how you ever want to have things happen. It's not difficult to make your own stuff in this game. And it's like, hey, I want to make my own fucking thing. You know, it's gonna pick a personality type. So let's do let's roll. So we got that, and we got we're the patriarch. Okay, we're the patriarch. And let's roll. Let's roll. I got a 1-1, so it's Dominion. 8-2. Dominion, Justice, Nether, and Prosperity. There we go. We made a god. A god I am. You know how it goes. And then this is all just setting stuff. They do kind of recommend, like, here's... they're down on traffic lights. Yeah, they're not... They don't use the X card, but it's like... The open door policy, the setting ratings, lines and veils are a big thing, which, again, should just be basic conversations between adults. Unless you're running this as a con game. Lenses into the dark parallel. Themes. Styles. Ooh. Haunting the haunters. The illuminated. The hashtag illuminated. Character bonds, obligations, campaign setting. They kind of talk about, like, what things are going on, how to build your campaign setting. I do like this. It's the idea of there's always 5 factions feuding with one another. And always one is assisting 2, 2 is assisting 3, 3 is assisting 4, 4 is assisting 5, and 5 is assisting 1. But 1 hates 3, 3 hates 5, 5 hates 2, 2 hates 4, 4 hates 1, and the other direction as well. Everyone's kind of fighting and bitching at one another, but everyone's kind of trying to help one another as well. You know, it's a circle, effectively. You know, 2 opposite points. These are their rivals. With the higher number being the secondary rival, allied to the primary, that might provide complication. Yeah, I do actually... I do kind of like this. Because everyone's like being exploited by other people. This is a nice system. This is very cool. This is kind of... It's interesting to think about. You know, a lot of other stuff going on. What's going on, how to build adventures, how to facilitate play. You know, the modesty of doubles. Remember to use descriptors. Character drives, throw some bones. Don't do it. Then they kind of change it, like, oh, you want to do card-based initiative? I don't know why you ever would. More mysticism gifts, shadowed archetypes. I don't know why. It should be pretty simple to understand. But they also tell you how to make ghosts. The ghosts are their own special disaster area, and yeah, here are kind of just the ending. Now, I'm going to address 3 problems with this game. 3 problems that are kind of unavoidable in a game like this. 1. Well, first problem. The illuminated, the actual, like, human characters don't feel like they do much. Honest to God, if you want to learn how to play just a standard human character with none of the other toys, it's going to take you about 5 minutes to make, and you're going to be pretty effective at doing your job. You know, it's just like, okay, you know, I have the power to bend space and time around my hands. I have psychic powers. Okay, John, what do you do? I have a AK-47 I illegally stole from Iraq. Like, understandable. Fine, cool. Oh no, there are zombies. Well, I'll use my mystic powers to see if I can escape. I'll use my magic to blow them away. I'll use my ammo. I'll just use this gun I have. Like, the Illuminated are weird because they feel not necessarily like a side fact. They feel like they are in their own little game. You are the Illuminated. But that game isn't full kind of thing. This is about a half a game of just your normal hunters doing hunter things. You're trying to find ancient mysteries. You're trying to find bullshit and what's going on. It's modern magic. Oh, well, I need to fucking go on Reddit to learn how to, you know, open this lock because I don't understand fucking Sumerian or whatever. Okay, that's its own. That's kind of one problem. There's no direction when it comes to any single part of the shadows. Because what happens is you have the idea of these shadow entities, the monsters part, the monsters of this monster game, the shadows of Sigil and Shadow. The issue, though, and this is kind of a big issue for me anyway, is any character can be anything. I want to play a vampire. If I want to play a vampire, suddenly I have a dozen options that I can choose to play how I want to play. But that's not really the case either. Is that you don't have the option to do everything. You're playing a shadow, and you lose a lot of that personality that comes along with being an individual of that particular field. You are not a vampire. You are a shadow with these two abilities at first. You aren't a werewolf. You're a shadow with these two abilities. It kind of applies this like universal curtain over everything that happens a lot with toolbox games. You lose a lot of personality. You lose a lot of things that make it interesting mechanically, because they can't afford to give you something interesting mechanically. They have to give you something maybe mechanically safe, but you can do whatever you want with it. But you lose a lot of that personality, and that's a big thing here. Is that they've lost a lot of personality. The final thing is, it's the big thing. There is entire swaths of this book that are just completely ignored if you don't have training in one skill. The entire mysticism section can be safely ignored if you don't have training in mysticism. And it's not like, oh, this is like an unimportant thing or something. It's that entire section is just gone. So you end up in this weird prisoner's dilemma in some aspects. If we're playing the Illuminated, does everybody have to take the mysticism because those are the only guys who can interact with the shadow at all? So the GM has okay, everyone gets mysticism for free. If you do not take mysticism, like, we cannot play the game. Or you get the one guy who picks up mysticism, and then that has to be like his one thing. He gets a bunch of powers and stuff. Everyone else has a gun, and it's like, well, I want to visit the shadow, being like, no, you don't, because we're in the middle of a mission, and you can't do that, because it's going to take you hours to do anything, and it's the hacker phenomenon in any cyberpunk role-playing game. It's just like, okay, while the hacker's doing his one thing over there in the corner, we get to play the rest of the game. While the mystic is doing his thing in the corner over there, we get to play the rest of the game. Which then goes further on with magic. You need a training in Arcana to do magic. There's this entire fucking section of how to build spells, of more unique spells, of how to get all the components together, how to get everything all beautiful and working together. But that's completely optional. Not even optional. That's completely like, again, you require a full single point to do any of it, to even be remotely done it, and it doesn't influence much. That makes sense. You can ignore that entire back half of spells, of Arcana, of magic. You can ignore that entire section, and nothing changes. Nothing. Not a single thing. And that is bizarre. Very bizarre, very alien in a way, because it's effectively saying like, yeah, hey, here's this entire section that you just don't like. Yeah, modern magic 109 to 135. You could ignore every single part of this entire section if you feel like it. If you aren't playing shadowed characters, like let's say you're not playing shadow characters, but nobody has magic, like 91 to 135, nothing. If nobody has mysticism, nobody has Arcana, and you're playing the Illuminated, quite literally the entirety of part 2 is useless. There's no reason to have part 2. It's a side factor at best, unless you, the GM, want to do something with it, but they don't have to do anything with it. And that's really weird to me. Because here's the thing. You're playing just the Illuminated. That's what this game is about. It's about playing the Illuminated, people who have seen the unseenable, break the unbreakable, blah blah blah, and, row fight the power. You've done that. You are mystics, you're weirdos. You've gone out of your way to find and hunt down supernatural entities. That's an entire game by itself. You are more about the mysticism. You're more about that because you can project your mind out there. Since you're illuminated, you can see the shadow. It's your duty to try to stop it. Hey, hey, this game is just about shadowed. You are just a bunch of fuck-ups and monsters trying desperately to hold each other together while maintaining your humanity. You are weird, you are mystic, you are very, magical in your own ways, but you all have to lean on one another to keep yourself sane. There's the vampire does need to lean on the werewolf does need to lean on the mage. You might be different factions, you might have different obligations, you might have different friends and allies and problems, but that humanity, that little center core of your humanity is what binds you together. You are just playing mystics who deal with the metaphysical bullshit. The entirety of the metaphysical stuff can be its own independent entity. You separate that out, just like, yeah, here's the nightmares. There's crazy bullshit going on. It's up to you to close the rifts. And you're these psychics, and you're trying your best to survive, but you aren't going to because they're super cool. Oh, all right. I mean, this is modern Magicka. Yes, modern Magicka. Everybody has spells. Everyone's learning magic, and you're trying to kind of find, like, your ideal way. Being like, yeah, I'm the guy with gun, but I also have, I draw a fucking third eye on my head, with my super cool binding techniques to allow me to see around corners or something. Cool, that's interesting. Hey, I have enchanted my gun to ricochet bullets perfectly. Cool. Awesome. That's interesting. I'm in. I like the modern magic bit. I like the shadowed bit. I like the metaphysics bit. It's just that all three of them have to share space. And since all three of them share space, all three of them have to now fight over each other about the core theme. Be like, well, just don't use one. Just don't use another one. But then then there's a problem. You choose. One player chooses the Arcana skill. One player chooses the Mysticism skill. And suddenly those become features. We are doing a modern mage game. Everyone has to pick Arcana. Well, I'm picking Mysticism. Oh, okay. Like, how do I want to word this correctly? Because everything has to share the same space. Everything has to share the same system. Everything has to be pretty much wear the same coat. There's no room to maneuver, no room to give any one aspect an actual breathing room. The Illuminated aren't really that fascinating because they are humans TM. It's just being the people TM. That's all you are. The Shadowed never have enough room to maneuver, enough room to be themselves. They have to be every monster at once, but no monster at the same time. The metaphysic stuff, kind of the more psychic, the more kind of like going beyond the veil of reality, that doesn't get as much time or effort or, effectively, gravitas to it, because it's got to share space with the arcane stuff. It's got to, but the modern Magicka stuff also doesn't share enough space with anything else. And there is an issue with this game. I think like one of the core issues is the presence of other games. Because hey, I want to play a shadowed character, but with a lot heavier focus. Darkness does that. I'm gonna call it cosmic bun fights because I know that's not what it is, but cosmic bun fights. Unknown armies. Like in fact, that's just. You want modern Magicka? You want people doing magic and bullshit? Unknown Armies is legitimately Cosmic Bum Fights the RPG. You're using magic in kind of a unique and deadly way. It's maybe not the most friendly system, but it doesn't need to be super friendly, because why would it be? You're using television magic to try to gaslight your friends. It's shit like this. It's very weird, it's very alien, it's very strange in its own way. You want to go down more of the cult aspect. There's just display fucking cult. I know it's like a weird PBTA thing, but it's here at least. Here, it exists, it's a thing. I think the advantage of this particular game, I think the advantage of Sigil and Shadow is that it does every single thing at once. And that is its greatest downfall as well. It does every single thing at once, but it doesn't do one thing well. It doesn't do anything that says this is really unique and cool. If you kind of have like a very specific idea in mind, you have that kind of thing in your head and being like, I just need a rule set, World of Darkness isn't doing it, Unknown Armies is too specific, then Sigil and Shadow might work. If you're looking for something a little bit more precise, then it's either going to be you with a hacksaw. It's going to be you with a hacksaw and a pen trying to make sure Sigil and Shadow bends to what you want it to do. Or it's going to be you bandaging it. It's going to be, well, we need to add this mechanic. Well, we need to add this mechanic. Well, we need to add this mechanic. Well, we need to add this. And then suddenly it's its own monster. Playing it as is looking at a game that is technically about 4 different games at once. Might appeal to you, it might not. Am I going to recommend this as like you must buy this now? You have to buy it now. No. If you find it on discount, find it on sale, maybe. This might be your game. The thing is, this might be somebody's game. This might be like the holy shit. This is the game I always needed. I always needed this particular game. If I didn't have this game in my life, it would be worse. But maybe it's not. Cool. That's that. You know what time it is, everybody. It's time where I log into Kickstarter, because it has this weird obsession with not keeping me fucking logged in for some unholy reason. I do not know why. It does not want to keep me logged in. It is infuriating. Here we are. Games! Oh, jeez. Oh, God. I need it. It's Morbin time. All right, everybody, let's do this. Let's do this. And no. We need to do tabletop games. Tabletop games. Good start. Good start. Sci-fi Warfare Vehicles 1. That's in Spanish? No, that's this is German. It's German. Let's go to Deep L, everybody. Let's learn German. No thanks. I want to learn German. Play stunning. Live with panache. Thank you for the interest in the Panache project. You find it exciting back from the unique tabletop role-playing game. Possibility to get a copy early. Rulebook release. What's this name? The name is called Panache. Heroes of Oxendor. Play your unique story. So what is this? What is a tabletop role-playing game? Self-determined character. What is it about? I mean, I can try to read this out for everybody if you want. I can do that. People are pinging me now. Who's pinging me? Hello, Ira. Hello, Sheepwife. Sheepwife is streaming. Fresh is explaining role players. Panache tabletop role playing. Primary goal: facilitate dynamic and exciting stories. Wow, good start, everybody. It's a game to be played with friends. It's a particular well system market versatility, but Panache takes a unique approach, being able to tell different stories while being easy to use. System. Okay, Germans, you're not being very efficient here. 10-sided dice, individualized characters, experience when player take the role of game leader. Is it using like a particular system, like a fundamental theme? How to make it the most exciting, unique story? 4 pillars: story, access, character, panache, the panache system. What's in the game? Well, basically 36 abilities, 130 talents. Duels, rules for intrigue, supernatural power, low power magic, 40 character artwork for landscapes, heraldry. So it's 7th C. What I'm seeing is that this is German 7th C. Yeah, that's neat. I guess that's cool. I don't speak German, but I do know a German. Where is my German? Where is my German? My German in here? Nope. Is my German? Where's my German? My German's gone. There's my German. German. Oh my German. There we go. We'll summon the German. I don't like where this is going already. And I think advertising something being hard to use feels like a useless phrase. Crunchy and detailed means hard to use. Here's the thing. Easy to use is something that's like a universally like accepted kind of how do I wouldn't say like context, but it's like if you say, hey, I'm simple and easy to use, which is pretty much me saying this is a game that's not complicated. Like this is like a D10 plus 1, like D10 plus like modifier system. You can't really say anything else other than like it's not complicated. Like how are you going to explain a system to people without just throwing math at people? Be like, it's a D10 rollover system. That sounds complicated. It's not a D20. It is a useless phrase, but it's kind of a sign being like, we're rules light. That's usually the idea behind it. Crunchy and detailed doesn't necessarily mean hard to use. I will say that because like this is my thing. So Goblin Slayer is crunchy and detailed. The game is pretty fucking simple to understand, though. It's very simple to understand. Usually people who say crunchy and detailed, what they're actually saying is, we have a lot of stuff. People who say rules light means we don't have a lot of stuff, but that's fine. It's okay to not have a lot of stuff. I think people usually get the idea of like crunchy and detailed mixed with hard to use, because not being crunchy doesn't necessarily mean you're hard. It just means there's a lot of rules for a lot of niche cases. But the Map Weaver's Guide, TTRPG Campaign Sourcebook, and Rulebook. The Map Weaver Chronicles. Has anyone ever heard of the Map Weaver Chronicles? No. Never heard of it. When in doubt, we ask server here, has anyone heard of the Map Weaver book series 2018? There we go. Yeah, storytelling is one massive project, the Map Weaver. Wait. It's while the Map Weaver's Guide was initially intended to be a D&D 5e supplement, the current upheaval with Wizards Coast and their OGL has forced me to take the bold step I never intended, but I am ridiculously excited about making my own Map Weaver RPG system. The project will encompass it all. The new world, new mechanics, and the new stories we can tell together. Adventure may be frightening. You are my adventuring party. There's a estimated delivery 2024, December 2020 fucking 4. Soft and vague, hard to use systems. You would be amazed how many of those there are. Being like, yeah, here's just things that just kind of I would say 2 years to convert from 5e. No, this is a brand new thing. This isn't even converting. See, I can tell you one thing about this. $10,000, by the way. There's two things here. There's two things here. Either A, this was already written as a 5e source book. Like, this is already done. And she's now having to convert everything over to a brand new system. She's rewriting the entire thing, but she already put this out. Because this had to be 2 days ago, mind you. She just launched this. She launched this during the OGL crisis anyway. That's it. So we already have that. Again, we have the idea that she already started this before anything. So it's already written, or it's already like mostly done. And now it's like she has to come up with a brand new system on top of everything. Which is going to be 5e probably. Or she is just going to make her own legally distinct 5e. Or more accurately, take somebody else's version. She's just going to make like a Pathfinder supplement kind of thing. Because it's weird. Because if you even read right here, you will see the full PDF copy of the finished source book for $15. Your name will also go in the thank you section. You will also full PDF copy of the finished source book, random packets of information. You know, it will be the paperback edition of the source book, of the source book, of the source book, of the source book. She did not plan for this. I think it's already done. I think she got everything up here. I would be curious. Like, half of me wants to, like, shoot her an email being like, do you have a plan for this? I'm excited. Ultimately, be my first hands-on experience with TTRPGs. The fuck? Oh no. Oh wow, this is gonna be like. See, half of me actually wants like to reach out, being like, "Hey, I know you're starting your own RPG project, but like, I do things, I do this semi-professionally. Do you want help on this?" I don't know the book series at all, but looks like a little bit of wanime in there. She has, yeah, I don't think she has a plan. No, there's no plan here, is there? Let's talk mechanics. Oh no. Oh, we're building a brand new system together. Oh no. So she's trying, oh, she's doing fucking, fuck. Oh, 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 God. Oh, God, what's that feeling? My bones. So, okay, so 1 to 5, no rolling. Simply pick one number for each stat. Understandable. The second have the same number of characters. So, okay, I mean that's fine. 2 in action. They have 4 times. They may 4 times per day choose to reroll any exploration-based skill or check, but they may only reroll an action check twice a day. Oh Jesus, it's derived values. For each base stat, double the number. The second number is your story points for each associated stat. These will be used to modify rolls or trigger special abilities. Oh God, they're all independent act. Oh no. These are all independent fucking currencies. That's what they are, they're currencies. 8 points in their tactic stat. That's 8 points. So it's just like every day. Oh wait, backgrounds, ancestries, and classes, everybody. We aren't that good. We aren't that creative yet. Oh wow, this is I don't know the Map Weaver like my only issue, Noonie. Here's the thing. My only issue is that I don't know what the fuck the Map Weaver Chronicles is. I've never heard of this thing before. The Map Weaver's got never heard of this thing before. And I think this is the writer. uh Performing on stage is a day job of her as an actor. Chaos Pixie Magic dot page. G Fuel Energy Drinks. The Map Weaver Chronicles. An epic fantasy. YA. PayPal. Amazon wishlist. Throne donations. Accessible, flexible, easy to tell an amazing story with simple tools. So let's do it together. Catch me sparing some time. So she's a streamer. She's a streamer. She did write her own. Again, that's why I'm wondering, like. Interesting. Little does she know that I'm completely fucking autistic. Interesting. She is. Patreon. Your Patreon, 149 a month. That's pretty average. Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. Stop, Fallen. Zuba. Yeah, again, I'm never. I can tell you this was this was probably a D&D campaign. What are you? Who are you? Yeah, I've never. Hmm. As someone currently banking on my new system taking out, people are emotionally attached. People are allowed to find comfort, familiarity, and escapism in this system that we all have loved and care about for so long. You don't leave it. You don't think about it. Every single one of these fucking people. Every time. My God. Who are you? The roving wizards cartographers. Yeah, it's perfect. It's the imperfect. I describe my projects as imperfect blends. Yeah, you know what? I might reach out being like, "Hey, saw your Kickstarter. If you need bounce any ideas off of anybody who does game design stuff, I'm here, I guess." Mostly because you decided to make it a fucking 5e. Jesus. See, I don't know how far along she is. I don't think we will know until the 2 years go by. Those are the first 2 games we found. Good news, everybody. Man, I love this shit. I love playing games. I love it. What is it? Book series. Let's see. So, Riptide STL, we love STL files. I love STL files. Fucking hate STLs. The role-playing game, the box of delights that sounds like a porn game. Hell yeah. It's so fucking funny seeing all this 5e shit, though. It's so fucking... That's just Minecraft. That's just Minecraft, guys. That's just Minecraft. Gorilla My Dreams. Quickstarter. Based on my multi-award winning Gorilla My Dreams. You wanted $34. You wanted 34 fucking dollars. It's not, this isn't, you don't need a Kickstarter. You don't. What? Gorilla My Dreams is best described as Batman the Animated Series matched with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Wow, cool. Why do you have a Kickstarter for this? I want to know, you Australian fuck. Tell me. Why? Rules Light RPG by Tony you. Was the role-playing before Society of Authors. Some fundamental preparation. Take the roles of Kay Hawker and Jones children to explore events of the book first hand. So it's just a book RPG. Let's not look at it anymore. Cyber Bells STL edition. Cool. Yoon Sween the Purple Land. Nightfall, Children of the Moon. All right. Advanced game mastering like a fucking boss. And it's Venger. It's Venger, everybody. Oh man, I love Venger Satanas. It's Venger again, everybody. Hello, Venger. Jesus. I should do a Kickstarter for $1. Like, give me $1. Wait, Heaven's Gate, a fancy tabletop war game. Tell me more about this. $1 one shot. You ask, I write 2. Your choice, your RPG content. People not know what fucking Kickstarter is. A 5e adventure. 5e, we all love 5e. I love 5e, da 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 da. I love 5e, da 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 da. We only need 5. Da, 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 da. We love 5e. Cyber LC palsy. Now he needs a wheelchair. Oh, look, $34 hard to come price as an artist. Buy new look inside book. Yoon Swin, yeah. Sundren's campaign setting of opulence, decadence, and adventure, which is never the same way twice. Your own Yoon Swin, giving you this run sandbox campaign in this 12 adventure sites. Don't know anything about this. I've heard the name before, but yeah, this is a thing, I guess. Nightfall, Children of the Moon. Lerman for wait, is this 5e? Yeah, it's 5e, everybody. Here's hi Venger. Yeah, Venger is a fascinating guy apparently. Archduke of the OSR, yeah. Apparently, like the thing that I know about things that I've learned about Venger over time is apparently is he likes slime. He married his current wife because of a legitimate, like, he was forced to. It was effectively a shotgun marriage. He wrote a game called he wrote a supplement to one of his games called Sexual Predators. And I believe he's the one who did the abortion game. I believe he did the abortion horror game. Let's see. Heaven's Gate. Yeah, this Wendigo War Game. Independent tabletop created with the aim to create high-quality war games and miniatures. Risk and challenge. Potential was not enough backers to fund printers. Print malfunction, repairable. All defects in models. Then why'd you say scrapped? Yeah, like... They just... Doing fun of hits on our name... Due to finding out the history of the name, the entire project is being scrapped. They didn't know... they didn't know Heaven's Gate was! Yeah, they didn't know what Heaven's Gate was. That's great. Systematic Toolkit, adapt their favorite fictional worlds. Let's see. Outland Games, Action Heroes. It looks like just people are asking me to go over you ask, I write. Let's see. Campaign is a little different than most RPG campaigns, so let's lay the line. You ask me, an Emmy award-winning full-time RPG author, for one piece of RPG content. I'll write that specifically for you and send it to you. All replies then get collated into a single book. Be any fantasy art. Oh, it has to be fantasy RPG content that you'd like for your characters or campaign. And for tips on world building, new creatures, or game master advice. This is fantastic. I love it. This is perfect. I ask, you write. Yeah, like, it's literally, yeah, it's a Kickstarter for that, exactly. Like, who the fuck are you? Undiscovered Jane Spencer? So it's Jane Spencer editorial. Hi and welcome, typesetter for authors, publisher. I work on, so it's her. Yeah, so RPG role-playing material, particular fantasy, sci-fi, non-fiction, alternative education geocaching? What the fuck? Who the fuck are you? Like, what have you... Who the fuck are you? Stephen Hart, the Grinning Fog? No, this is the guy. He's just working for this woman. Or, like, yeah, no, she... Why is Jane Spencer doing this? Why is she doing this? But I think this guy is the one, like... Yeah, no, this is the guy actually working on it. The Grinning Frog. Why aren't you running it then? Like that... So... Yeah, but that's literally what it is. He just is gonna tell you about that. I love everything. I love Granny Notepad. Yeah, it's... Wait, was that a pyramid? Was that a pyramid scheme? Honestly, if I were to do a Kickstarter, here's the thing with the Kickstarter. I would ever do one. What it would effectively be is, okay, here's the base game. This is how much I need to get like all the artwork and all the everything, make it pretty, and get it published. This is what I need. This is how I'm going to do it. And here's the percentage of bullshit funds in case things go wrong. Very simple, very easy. I would have to get everything. Pretty much I'd get quotes for everything and then launch it. 2, stretch goals would quite literally be, it would be for other games. That's how it would effectively go. Like, I would need this much for this game. I would need this much for this game to get everything set up, get everything organized, get everything printed out. Wouldn't even necessarily be printing. It would be like, okay, so like one Kickstarter, it would be like 1, 2, and 3. Like, if we get like $5,000, it won't be $5,000, but bear with me. If I get $5,000, I might do like 3 games, get set up. They all get published out officially. And then that would be it. Like, those 3 would get published out officially and we'd be done. And you'd have, again, the issue with this format is it would have to be what I would like to call like the anchor game. The anchor game would be the most important. Do I plan on doing it anytime soon? I don't know, maybe. I know Scribbles just launched his big Kickstarter, and I'll probably yell at Scribbles if I ever need help on it. It's not a pyramid scheme, Flowjam. Remember that. It's not a pyramid scheme. I think it's quite literally just they're going through them because they have probably a better track record. And people look at that shit. Truly innovative patent dice games. No, I'm not touching that. Spooky. New science fantasy RPG. I like new science fantasy things. I like science fantasy. Panzer dice. Panzer dice. The Last Dude. Stage top gaming tables. Level Up. Oh, Jesus. Level Up was putting out a new thing. Advanced 5e Gatebound Gazette. Oh, no. I do actually think about approaching some people to do publishing. Fairy of Perfume. Let's play my favorite game of where I get to like try to interpret Japanese. 5e. There we go. 5e magic items. Yeah, every time. Again, people wonder, like, how could they get away with this? I don't understand. How could they get away with this? This isn't how do they do this? And it's just like, well... She's probably... My guess would be that she's the publishing company. That she's going to get a lion's share of the profits, but he's going to be the one writing everything. But it's probably a little bit of A and B, and we all work together to make a lot of money kind of thing. It happens. Book from Shagai. Cthulhu-themed book for your favorite Lovecraftian read. 200% funded on this Japanese thing. I don't fucking know what it is, but cool. Among culture, no. Nuts, no. We've seen some of these. So let's Realms of Elgrun. Welcome to explore the dungeon planet. Okay, Super Blood Moon Studios. All right. Found as you Plague Wars, you Dungeoneer. Okay, cool. I'm in. Simple mechanics and punishing combat. You only need one. The D20. You just need to use a D. Combat is simple. You roll one roll. Highest number wins. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. So it's just roll a d20 and fuck off, I guess. That's literally what it is. I can tell you right now, probably the guy making it is the artist. Again, that's what they've telling me is like just roll a 1d20 and that just determines everything. Never really made the combat more dynamic. So collecting better gear grants modifiers, it's just roll a 1d20. You'll roll check based on how difficult the task would be for your character. So it's just roll a d20 and see if you hit or not. That's it. That's All right. Curse of Gamelot. Oh. There's only... Oh, it's Evil King Arthur versus Mordred. It looks like it's more like a board game. Yeah, it looks like it's a board game. Let's learn how to play oh wow. Okay. Okay, we've got our boards, the fragrant ore tokens. Individual okay, we've got fragrances in our perfumes because we're fairies. Fairy of perfume. Probably if I were to be a best, like, depending on the color of the rough stone that was drawn out, activate various abilities. If you put out more than determined numbers, since you have to put in, which is a lost point into the bottle, carefully but sometimes boldly. So that's kind of weird. So the entire idea is so it's like literally you have a bottle that you that's filled with stones effectively. I don't know if they're dice or not. They don't look like dice. But then you like try to get as many of them out as possible. Like just as many as you want. Because if you put too much out, you then have to put charcoal in, which is just negative points, which is bad. Sometimes borrow the power of fairies, get a high score, create a perfume bottle. All right. Game selling itself as a simple RPG stream. Are you upset because this game is selling itself as a simple RPG as streamlined mechanic? No, it's more like it's just going to be like a single D20. That's the thing. It's literally just going to be. I have a strange and beautiful feeling. Just the way they described it is it's going to be a D20 and everything. That's all it's going to be, and it's going to be really. Again, if you ever want to resolve by two people filing out government documents, the first person to get a reply wins. No, you want to know how you do that? You fill your taxes out wrong, slightly wrong, get an audit. That means you get that's a critical success if you get audited. Glorious nipping game design. Yeah, I mean, I don't think people quite understand. I think these are hilarious. Because, yeah, that's literally what you do. You try to get out as many as you can. And you try to, like, get it out a little bit. I can guarantee you there's going to be, like, a mandatory way to actually get things out. Okay, let's try to interpret this. Oh, they're, like, little... Oh, this is cute. Is it, like, a board game? I think this is a board game. I don't know if it is or not. It's definitely... No, I don't think it's a board game. I think it's just STL files. It looks very pretty. Whatever the fuck it is, it looks pretty. It's in Hiroshima, so, I mean, we can get some answers if it is weird. Let's see. What is this? Production of the board game Dungeon... Production project for the board game Dungeon on the Board. This project produced board game Dungeon on the Board using miniatures, a labyrinth abstract game in which adventurers and monsters fight for treasure chests. Because it's called Dungeon on the Board. I mean, do we really need any other naming schemes? Honestly. I believe that we should name every single project simply just after... just name it like Japanese light novels. That's how I believe we should translate every single book. Every single title of every single game should just have a Japanese name associated with it. So let's obviously go to itch.io. My most hated place. Physical games. Lancerito is always up there. Tomb, OSR tabletop. Fantasy Emerge. New SRD. Never heard of what that is. Mini BX SRD. We get ready for all the fucking SRDs about to come out. Fucking shit. Hunger of the Ghoul Queen. Rules Light Terror-based TRPG. I mean, I don't think I will really need this. What? Yeah, you can kind of understand. Not no. Oh yeah, this is the guy who was losing his shit over art punk. Yeah. What's the amount of pure copium in this? Yeah. Yeah, this is some little bit of copium going on, a little bit of I understand. It was posted in my server. At that time I got $37 for my fantasy light novel adaptation tabletop role-playing game. Again, just every single name just gets longer and longer. Antivirus, the cyberpop RPG. The future is compatible with Cyborg. I love Cyborg. This is a Morkborg RPG. Fun fact. Yeah, this is a Morkborg RPG. Yeah, it's... Man, I love games. I love Morkborg. Only Morkborg, mukbang. I think everything should be mukbangs. Every single Morkborg product should simply be a muk. I believe in that. Yeah, welcome to the itch.io I don't think will ever replace drive-thru RPG. Simply because DTRPG is actually good and can sort things out. The only problem is DTRPG is now owned by Critical Core. Intentional gaming at its best. What the fuck is Critical Core? Intentional gaming into your benefits of intentional gaming? What the fuck is intentional gaming? What the fuck? Huh? How does Critical Core benefit autistic youth? On established autism intervention methodologies. The fuck? Games to grow. Game to grow. What? Kirkland Corporate Center. Like, yeah, Critical Core. Like, this is in. Is this that? Is them? Yeah. I mean, that's cool. I mean, this would be the same thing. Yeah, Critical Core right here. This is it. Harness the power of therapeutic gaming with Critical Core. I mean, okay. Four color heroics, most popular under $5. Yeah, it's cool. I'm fascinated by it. Let's just say that. Let's color me interested, if anything. Have no fear, we have Rift's Minion War coming out. Yeah, that's the new thing. What? Lex AI guidebook? System neutral 5e PO OSR ABC elemental B. Digital resource. Flex AI, isn't it? Wait, Flex AI. Oh, okay. So this is like a tools for intelligent dynamic creature combat for. That's a cover, all right. So yeah, it's like you are. I'm assuming what happens is like they're gonna do like a cycle or something. Like you just run it and it's cycling out things. Yeah, that's well, we'll know what'll happen later on. We'll do this critical theory. Autism thing. Just play AD&D. It's an RPG for artists made by psychologists. Ew, Roll20. Yeah, roll. Yeah, remember this. Drive-through RPG technically is now a part of the org group, which is in turn Roll20. Yeah, it is a workbook for creature AI. Like, I guess that could be useful for like solo gaming. Yeah, they'll be fucked by the OGL too. I don't know because this does look different. I can't really see anything here. I will say this though. This is a very tactical thing. This is some genius fucking branding. Because what do you think they were going to call if Critical Role made their own RPG? What do you think they were going to call it? The Critical Role RPG? Nah, Crit Core, baby. This shit is. Think of the SEO on this, baby. SEO, baby. This is SEO. This is SEO fucking top tier. Let's see. Virginia Spielman. British trained occupational therapist. So you're. Yeah, she's the Virginia Spielman. She's the main one. Yeah, this is the main person behind it. Yeah. I've never heard of her, but this is it. Fantasy scene, Grant Griffin, a lot of Denscum full service creative agency. What the fuck is that? Creative network for today and tomorrow. Dent Creative. Dentsu Creative. What? Supporting brands and business through the power of modern creativity, entertainment, earns, we don't interpret, experience, brand, strategy, production. It's late. Dentsu on Demand, Dentsu Content Symphony. Dentsu Good, East and West to deliver good and growth from good. We connect belief and behavior. Dentsu VI, Virtual Dentsu Insight, Dentsu Gaming. That's full initiative to provide creative solutions for social good. Critical Core was initiated and is supported by the creative team. See, this is weird now because, like, again, this is again, it's a create. The thing is with this stuff, it's effectively a PR studio. Like, who do you buy and why joining us? We believe in work with modern world. We're committed to creating long-term sustainable change in our society within the company. Talent program, create talent promote radical collaboration. 50/30 is our fluid talent program. Connects some of the top talent with the best briefs. What is it? How does it work? 50 of our top creative talent from across roles spend 30% of their time on cross-market project. They will have 30% of the time dedicated out to this program, enabling them to have work of these projects and have horizontal creativity of the business. Invent of the future with us. What careers do you? Tell me more. For the planet, join us. Business leadership, media investment, finance, business support, technology, create. Let's look, everybody. Let's look. Let's see if Notepad can get a job. No job openings. Damn. Zippity zam, everybody. What a shame. But yeah. Interesting. Like, are they the ones writing it? I guess it would be these two. People using these two are the main guys. It's Adam Johns and Adam Davis. These are the main team. 5 years. Jesus. Kickstarter. Quick facts. 90 minutes per session. Basic listening and verbalization skills. What's in the box? Facilitators got 4 sets of dice. Facilitators. I mean, cool. I mean, here's my belief. This is cool. You know what? Yeah, I'm cool with this. This is fine. I find things like this cool. I actually have to help, kids like this before. I get it. I understand. Curious to see how good it is though. Like, is it actually a decent game or is it just gonna be 5e? I don't know. That's where things get interesting. Wait, Gavin? Gary? Yeah, so they're amazing. Involves several things happening at once in different parts of the world. Quarry Bay, Hong Kong, created advertising agency Gary Bowen committed to find real meaningful and help kids on the autism spectrum. Director of Innovation, Gavin Chang. So this was their thing. Gary Bowen came up with the idea. These guys facilitated it to work together. Huh. Neat. I don't see any of the OGL stuff, so it might not even be OGL. I don't know if it uses 5e. It doesn't say anything about using 5e, so I don't think you should make a TTRPG specifically for autistic people. I think you should just make a TTRPG. Like, here's the thing. I can understand. This is going to be a little bit of a little bit of a thinking from Notepad here. I think there is different things you can do when it comes to kids with kids who think different. Some kids think different. I'm not gonna lie. Some people think different in general, and it is helpful for some kids, mostly when they're on, on the spectrum, like legit kids on the spectrum. I don't mean people like us. I hate to break it to everybody here, but like kids who are legit on. I should know. My cousin actually has has Asperger's. I know kind of some of the details here. Not a lot, but I know enough to be dangerous. But like some people just think different, and they need to be presented things in a different format. You can't just hand them a bunch of math and say, okay, fix it. Interpreting things is a lot stranger because you need to. Some people want things very much spelled out for them, being like, this is your character, this is how you operate. Because I'm already kind of seeing when it comes to some of these characters that it's like a little book. And it might help them being like, hey, play this character like this. And they could see that and they can be like, okay, I understand what I need to do. Or it's like a reward structure in there being like, okay, I need to think outside the box a little bit. Because sometimes these kids are very intelligent. Here's the thing. Some of these guys, some of these kids with fucking autism and stuff are incredibly intelligent. They understand. They can do the math in their, like, my fucking cousin can do, like, long fucking algebra in his head instantly. It's insane. But he has zero idea with social cues. If you base a game around that with more harder structure, it might actually be cool. And there is a thing of, D&D therapy. It's sometimes it helps to be someone different. It really does. And I think a lot of kids sometimes just want to be someone different for just a time. I understand that completely. It's like how I have like zero problems with like the like it wasn't differently abled gaming. It was yeah, it is a creative way to teach people about understanding that other people have different perspectives. Yeah, effectively. Can you present it wrong? Yes. I will say that. You can present things wrong and make it kind of come out a little bit I would say the term twee. And that would be my fear with this, is that it turns out twee. And it's like, oh, you poor autistic kids. We must protect the children. You can make it like that. And it is insufferable. They aren't stupid. They aren't, like, they aren't, like, developmentally disabled. They're just different. They think different. They process information differently. And it's about the giving out that information. It's accessible gaming. That's what I was thinking of. I'm completely fine with accessible game. I got no fucking problem with it. Because it's actually kind of interesting. Like, hey, let's put out a thing of like how to help gamers who can't see. Like, they're blind. How do we make make it a little bit easier? Well, let's use fudge dice, because fudge dice means you can put your finger on it and you can very clearly kind of tell what the numbers, it's pluses and minuses. You can very easily tell that because of just how they're made. Cool, that's fine. That's really interesting. Hey, I'm deaf. How do I, get that information across? Yeah, it's things like that. I have no fault with things like that. Absolutely none. It's sometimes, like, again, the only issue is that sometimes it comes off as twee. And it's you can be very insufferable about it. And because here's the thing. Twee is a fun word to say, twee. It can come off as the combat wheelchair. The combat wheelchair is annoying. You want to know why the combat wheelchair is annoying? Because it's surface level. It's not. It's about like, oh well, I need to represent them on the table. If they're not represented on the table, it's not right. That's not the that's not the point. That should never be a factor. It doesn't matter that they can it doesn't matter they're in a wheelchair. That's the last thing that matters to them. What matters to them is like, hey, I can't see very well. I want to, I can't see very well. Can we use like more pronounced? Can we have dice that are bigger so I can read them easier? Fine. Yeah, it's the difference between something actually accessible and something that may, feel like they're making a difference. That's fine. If they're like, hey, let's have a full run of like these really brightly colored dice for people who are colorblind, for example, who can't see things very well. Fine. Have maybe a rule system with the numbers not being super high because people are dyslexic. Like, yeah, dyslexia's a bitch. And like, yeah, like I had a friend in college who was very dyslexic. Like, he was really bad, but if he got time, he could read most things, but it took him a lot longer to read anything. Why don't we make character sheets with, more, dyslexia available fonts? Why don't we make rule books in different color schemes to allow people to not just have the black and white version, or like that? That's fine, I'm okay with that. I've got no problems with it. Combat wheelchair doesn't do anything, though. That's not like, oh, cool, I'm in a wheelchair, I can now play a guy in a wheelchair in my fantasy game. That's cool. No, that doesn't do anything. That's not helping anybody. But it's like, hey, we've put in rules of we've better represented things. That's why I liked Accessible Gaming had a big game. It's Survival of the Abled, where they talked about it, where it was like, hey, you are from medieval sick houses effectively, and you might be blind, you might not have an arm or something, and you have to survive the medieval zombie apocalypse. It's not necessarily about that. It's not like trauma core or anything. You're like, oh, it's so sad. No, it's like it's a different approach to things, but he makes it in a way like, yeah, we're using heavy fate dice for this, for people who cannot see. We're representing this as not a necessary problem, but it's an idea of we have to lean on one another. The blind guy cannot see. Somebody needs to guide him, but the blind guy's the only one able to carry my sorry ass because I got my leg cut off in the war. But we have like the one guy who may not understand what's going on fully because he has to help us do other things. Again, it was a fun, interesting concept. I think that got funded, actually. I think the second time it got funded. Effectively, yeah, Master Blasters and shit like that. Like, yeah, that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with accessible gaming. I know Fate put out the Fate Accessibility Toolkit. I will say, hey, there's nothing wrong with the accessibility toolkit. There's nothing wrong because it's very precise. It's not like, make sure to use your fucking safety tool. No, it's like, hey, somebody can't see, use these kind of dice. Hey, somebody has trouble reading. If people have trouble reading, give them things to help them. Not necessarily like treat them like they're fucking stupid. No, it's like simplify the wording down, like write out a little note card for them and pass it to them, being like, this is what this does. That means the bullshit. Or someone's dyslexic, help them out, give them like a really thick cutout of various things. Some people can't do math very well. It's math dyslexia. Help them out with it a little bit. It's kind of that thing like, lean on one another. You help me, I help you, we're good, everyone's happy. There's nothing wrong with people getting into gaming. I'll never say that. That should never be a factor of like, I can't get into gaming because I can't see very well. There's a lot of tools now to help people with that. There is. I'm mute. I can't, it's like, I'm mute. I can't roleplay very well. You can, though. Like text play, not even just the fact of like text play exists. Just the fact that, hey, we can help you. I believe in one of the accessibility core books, they actually put out they actually got I think they got some ASL people, the American Sign Language people, to like come up with new things like roll dice and shit like I I would be fascinated to see like a full on, because I know for a fact there is at least one sign language RPG out there that's played entirely in sign language. I'd be fascinated to see that in play. It would be very aggressive. But yeah, that's pretty much it for today. Nothing too exciting in any remote capacity. We're gonna see. We're gonna do on Monday. We're going to be moving on to the preliminaries of the Gachimuchi Super Smashers. We're gonna start on that next week. I have the idea. I know how to do it. It's just pulling it all together. I feel pretty confident about that one. I have been debating, and I would like your opinions on this one, of if I want to do the Fire Emblem video at the Fire Emblem Engage the mech game. Mech game is going to be either on Tuesday, Thursdays, or it's going to be on my own time, because we got another thing. I just wanted to work on it this weekend because I don't on last night. I like working on it yesterday because I don't like starting projects on Fridays. Because if I start a project on Friday, I usually forget things over the weekend. I get some. Yeah, no, it's Engage Emblem, motherfucker. Yeah, it's a Fire Emblem Engage. Fire Emblem TM Engage. It launches the 20th. It launches technically on Friday. And I have two options with this, because I want to do a design thunk. Pretty much, I have two options. Like we got our two basic options. Either design thunk this week, probably coming out the 19th, or design thunk next week, coming out on. It would be the 25th. Both are very valid in. Yeah, it's. Which would generate the most SEO? It's right before launch or right after launch? Because if I do the design thunk on the 19th, if I spend the 19th right in the game, it will come out the day of Fire Emblem's release. That's the thing. It would come out the day of. Right before, so you catch people looking at launch day. Yeah, that's the thing. It would come out on Friday, the 20th. Or I can shift it to Tuesday and have it come out on Wednesday. That's kind of like one of the things where it's like, it's either I delay till the week after, or I do it this week. And it's like, okay, when would be the ideal time? Because I'm afraid that if I do it like dead on, people aren't going to be looking for it outside of the circle. People are just going to be looking for Fire Emblem Engage content, not necessarily things around it. Why do I always come in when it's ending? It happens. Noon EST. Yeah, it's I've actually been debating on it. I'm gonna actually probably yell at my one guy who does a lot of things like this, and like maybe he has a good answer for things. I'm interested, because pretty much what I'm going to do. Remember to use the word engaging a lot so YouTube catches it. Yeah, engages. Wait, FE games are long, right? Sometimes they can be pretty long, yeah, but we're also looking at the thing is Fire Emblem, the Fire Emblem fanatics are going to be the kind of guys who are going to beat the entire game in 2 days. You gotta remember that. The guys who are going to be like, we need to get everything out there. We need to get the gameplay out there. We need to get everything out there. It's people that, and you're going to see the initial, again, you're going to see the initial burst on. The initial burst of things is going to be on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. That's just going to be the initial burst, because people are going to buy it over the weekend when they can play it. People are going to be playing it mostly on the weekend, but it's going to release on the 20th. And yeah, it's gonna be big. People are kind of excited for it, but people are also like, it's different. Like, Here's a fucking Polygon article of all things. Like, Zig, is the resulting Zag, whereas, simulation between turn-based battles on the militaristic side of things. First 8 chapters that Chuck I'm allowed to talk about here. And some games based off operation, dine with some teammates, exercise with others, give to my allies a variety of items, find laying around our HQ. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's a far, like, it's a different... Yeah. Looks like it's going back to a pretty standard version of, yeah, I forgot they brought back Marth. Yeah. Yeah, there's a few different, Marth is just a stand-in in this game. Fire Emblem Grand Order. Breeding Simulator. A guide on how to make an engaging Fire Emblem-like TRPG. No, it'll literally be, you know, it would be like the Fire, you know, design thunk, a Fire Emblem TRPG. Or firing my emblems, or some horrifying amount of that. Yeah, it's a lot of me thinking on this one. Let's be honest, I would just put Marth in there. There'd just be Marth. See, if I really want to piss everybody off, like, what I would end up doing is just feature no Fire Emblem characters the entire time. That would be the joke. Like, because I know what the video would be. That's the thing. The basic concept is simple. Is Fire Emblem RPGs are going to fall into 3 different categories. You can either focus on the social aspect, combat aspect, or the adventure aspect. That's kind of the basic concept of it. You can't really do each perfectly because you are a tabletop game and not a fucking video game. If you focus on the social aspect a lot, like if you focus on the social aspect a lot, you need to pretty much double down on the kind of the, you know, the social, on the social link aspect. There's not really a better way of saying it, but social link aspect, where having that kind of like larger pool of characters that be all kind of interacting with each other, where it's like, I need to befriend other people in my group, and my, you know, I'm interacting with your people, you're interacting with my people. While the, you know, kind of the more combat side of things is, Fire Emblem combat is actually very precise. It's actually very fascinating how detailed Fire Emblem combat can get. But the thing with Fire Emblem combat is it's very precise and very odd, so it's like you need to focus a lot more on that, and it's more about the larger battles. And you, at that point, it's like you need to make a decision. Do you want to do 3 houses, or do you want to do the classic Fire Emblem? Which Engage looks like it's going back to more of its classic Fire Emblem roots a little bit more, which is single dudes fighting around, doing single dude things, versus literal, like, groups of soldiers, as it's kind of more described in 3 Houses, and I believe the one before that. It's kind of like you have some different angles to approach things from. I have the ideas, I'm just wondering, like, when do I want to put it out? Issue that is a war game, so moving it to a TRPG. Yeah, that's kind of like the summary of the video, would be the summary of the video, being like, at its core, Fire Emblem is a war game. If you want to convert this to a war game, that's super easy. Converting it to a tabletop role-playing game, though, that's where things start getting interesting. because generally speaking, what you would need to do is focus more. You'd have to make a decision on, do you want to make it about characters or do you want to make it about fighting? And that's what, like, the exploration is very much the fucking around. It's the how do I want to word that? It's the fucking around and finding out. Also, 3 House of Battalions are equipable, but yeah, but it is the fact that that's a thing. That's kind of the idea there, McDrussel. It's just the idea, like, that is a factor in that game. And it's represented more like this is a war rather than we have a bunch of goobers. So is that kind of one game you covered where you have to save people by hugging them? Yeah, it would be Dracarouge, effectively. Hey, let's like, hey, calm the fuck down. Effectively, honestly, you make a good point there. You would effectively be making something like that. It would be very structured. I'd say that the more social aspect game would be a very structured, very JTRPG game. I can say that much. Which I'm kind of surprised we haven't really seen much of. Because, like, the issue that I've seen with a lot of like Fire Emblem TRPGs, mostly the unofficial one that that kind of pops up first, is they try to do the one thing you really fucking shouldn't, which is to say they try to emulate the game one-to-one. This is one I actually need to go over eventually, Heroes of Light. And it's like, oh, well, we want to emulate the RPG. Well, they actually emulate the game. Hence why you have all these different stats and every single thing is a fucking is a fucking art piece, which you have to then like fill things out. It's like, oh, well, you have to have Tagul, you have to have Medikete, you have to have these things, you have to. And if you don't, you're doing it wrong. That's kind of the interesting issue, you could say, is yeah, and that's going to be also kind of like a point I have to make about the game, is if you want to make a Fire Emblem RPG, you have to decide right now, do you want to make a Fire Emblem game or do you want to make something inspired by Fire Emblem? Inspiration is a hell of a lot easier to work with than making something direct. Also, a lot more entertaining in a TTRPG sense. Because you can't reload in a TRPG. 4X. Weirdly enough, something like 4E would do ideal for something like fucking Fire Emblem. But yeah, no, it's mostly like I'm debating on when to roll that video out. I have the idea. I know what I want to do with it. It's about just doing it. That's the issue. 4E Chads keep winning, except your edition. But yeah, I'm going to call it there for today. Godspeed, good luck, you know the right. Nah, 4X game. Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised. I'm amazed they haven't tried to roll something like that out yet, which it would fit pretty well. Which, mind you, that's an entirely different thing. And see, the best part is I get to name drop Project Tactics. All right, Godspeed, good luck. You know the rest. I will see you all at a later time on Monday, mostly. So,